Even when you lost, there's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Welcome, guys, to BSL. Okay. Yeah. Welcome, guys, to BSL here. I'm joined by Goose-headed. We have an absolute killer group today. Goose, how you doing today, man?
I am excited, Ozzy. I've been looking forward to this the whole week.
Yeah. There's several of the groups I have been kind of hyped for, but this one obviously is the one I was most hyped for. I'm super excited that I get to cast this one today. We got OyA, Zeke, eOnzErG, and Gypsy. I mean, this is pretty much 4 of the potential top dogs here in the same group, so this is definitely the group of death.
Yeah, I in particular have been a fan of Sziky and eOnzErG for a while, and Gypsy more recently as well. But I just realized that I haven't watched them play recently, so when I saw this group show up, I was like, oh my god, it's all of these people that I've been following all this time. Like, this is such a breath of fresh air for me. I'm really excited to see them playing in the same group. And I really don't know who's going to come out on top. Especially not with a map pool like this.
Yeah, exactly. It really is hard to pick the winners today, honestly. Like, looking at this group, I could see any of these players easily taking it. You mentioned that you've been following some of these players. Zeke, for me, has been a really big one. OyA was, like, formerly one of the best, like, foreign Protosses, period. I think he's been a bit inactive kind of recently, or like in the past, but I think he's been playing more recently here, so I'm curious to see if he's like maybe sharpen his skills up a bit more, because if he's looking sharp, then he could easily just upset this group, I think.
Fun fact, Ozzy, I was also, looking up my historical facts for this, and I saw that OyA apparently has like a 6-game win streak against Zeke. Did you know that?
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I did not.
Yeah. Just look at his. If you look at his Cosmonarchy record, that's. Yeah, these guys have been facing each other in Cosmonarchy, and apparently there, OyA has a pretty significant advantage thus far.
Yeah,
but,
I did see these guys running some practice games like a few weeks ago, and when I tuned into Zeke's stream, OyA was up like 4-1 or something over Zeke. So
yeah,
I think OyA is going to show some really strong PvP today based on that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he brings to the table. I mean, he obviously didn't get here by chance or luck, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. He is definitely a good player. I like this. His favorite Korean Terran is TY. I'm actually a pretty big TY fan. He's kind of one of those like more or less like under the radar pro Terrans. So it's cool to see someone else that is a fan of TY. So yeah, that's cool. I respect that.
I have to say, this map will be interesting. Like, the thing with this map, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the races that have advantages on this map, yeah, you can see here in the statistics, right? Like, Zerg really likes this map when they play against Protoss, and it shows in the percentages. So, like, I have to say, you know, I am a Sziky fan. I may be biased, but I think that the odds are in his favor on this map.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to see what, you know, how OyA is gonna handle Zeke, who's such an aggressive Zerg player, in a map that's like heavily favors Zerg.
Yeah. All right, guys. Looks like we are ready to hop into our first game here. We're gonna get OyA versus Sziky here on Roaring Currents.
Storming into the spotlight in the top right as the yellow Protoss is OyA, the storied, soaring star of Protoss skill, so much so he's spoken of in the same sentence as DeWalt and Bonneth. In the opposite corner, staring him down, is Sziky, the swaggering, sharp-fanged Zerg. His micro is surgical, his strikes are sudden, and when he senses weakness, he snaps games shut like a steel trap.
You've been working on that, Goose?
So sit back, savor the suspense, sip something satisfying, and steel yourselves, because this set is shaping up to be sensational.
So we went with... Wait, did you do alliterations for both of them, or was it just Sziky? I didn't even
It was both.
pick up on those. Okay, it was both? Okay. I like it. You got more for the other two players you said too, right?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Yeah. So,
All right,
have
so-
you seen
Go ahead.
how ZVPs tend to play out in Korea on this map?
I've seen a couple of them. They get a little bit funky, which I think makes sense that it does, because the thing that I think makes Zerg so strong in this map is they essentially, by ground, only have 1 point of defense, right? Which is kind of like the major issue for PvZ in a lot of cases. So it causes Protoss to do some weird stuff with like shuttles and then like Sayer, Carrier, Reavers, like all kinds of stuff, because they're trying to avoid the head-on fight, because typically if Zerg is able to defend a single point, like I said, it's just very, very hard for Protoss to break.
Yeah, exactly. All of the ground-based play on this map is like, it's such a difficult map to get ground armies moving and engaging. Yeah, we can see here, you know, both players just confidently opening, you know, expansion first. Obviously, there's not much you can do when you pretty much know that's what your opponent is going to do. And like you said, the bridge in the top left corner of this map, it may seem wide compared to the bridges of other competitive maps, but that is literally the only choke Zerg has to hold to have access to 4 gases, right? With a couple of lurkers, with a nice arc of hydras, I really don't see how a Protoss ground army can break through.
Yeah, it's
So-
pretty tough.
What tends to happen, right, is exactly like both players obviously opt for air superiority. I mean, this matchup already lends itself to prioritizing air control. Right, that's why Corsairs are popular. It's why mutas are such a huge threat. But even more so because this is an island map, right? But this map takes that to the extreme, right? I've seen games where Zergs literally go double Spire just to get, you know, the extra upgrades on the mutas and Guardians and Devourers.
Yeah, well, that's because the air control is so important on this map, right? Because not only do you get access to these, like, island bases, but those island bases also just yield more resources in general, so they're just more valuable anyway. So like if you're on even bases and one of the players has island control, then you know the island bases is really you get the big advantage. So that's why there's such a big fight over the air as well. Like it's not just that it's hard to attack on ground, but also just the island bases are so important.
Yeah, the mineral patches of the ground bases actually have less minerals on them, right? I think, or I always get this backwards. I think that the island bases actually have 1,500 minerals per patch, but the ground bases have 1,000 or something like that. Is that right?
So I think we can double check it later when we get vision of it, but I'm pretty sure the islands, it's 1,200. Yeah. So the islands, but it was originally 1,500, I think. I could be wrong about that, and then it got reduced, but at least it is 1,200 now, I know that. And then also, same with the gas. The gases are a little bit lower on the non-islands as well. So yeah, it's 2,000 there, and I think it's 3,000 on the island. So it's not like full resources on the island maps, but it's still significantly more overall.
Yeah, so even if you opted to, take a ground-only approach here in this matchup, like, you'd have to make something work with the few resources that you have. I mean, I'm surprised to see Zeke make more than just, the 4 Zerglings here. I wonder what he's planning to do with these Zerglings. It's not like he's gonna run by.
Yeah, it might just be for that extra little bit of comfort. I mean, one thing about this map too, though, is the travel distance is so insane. Looks like he might actually go for a bit of a cheeky wraparound here as the Zealots walked out. So we're gonna get on top of this cannon and kill it for free.
Oh my god, Zeke. Again, man, his killer instinct is so incredible. In preparation for this, I was watching Zeke play against Jeyun a couple of years ago, and he did this exact same thing. He was knocking on the Protoss door, just looking for an opportunity to slip by, and now there are 5 speedlings in OyA's base.
We're gonna deny Citadel. That's actually huge, by the way, if we're canceling Citadel here. Getting a little bit low, but not quite getting the kill, but there's 2 Zergs that I feel like are very good about this in the foreign scene. I feel like anytime I'm watching Kralsey or Zeke, there are always Lings getting inside the main bases, and it just seems like you can't get away from them with these guys.
Oh man, OyA even allowing the Zealots to separate and take some unwarranted damage there. These Zerglings are doing so much work, and they're now again in position in the base, but the cannon in the mineral line has finished for OyA. So I'm not sure how much more influence these Zerglings are going to have. They're going to keep denying the cannons in the natural. There are more Zerglings arriving now! And 3 Zealots in the pro pool might be enough to block this, but still the pressure is on OyA to hold this. Oh yeah, Zeke seeing that he cannot move past the Zealots. But man, we're 5 minutes in. Wait, that's not a wall?
Yeah, it's open on the top.
Oh no. I wonder if Zeke noticed. Oh, it doesn't even matter. The Zealots are out of position. There's more Zerglings slip by. Oh, there's so much pressure on OyA right now.
It's getting a little bit dangerous because Muta and Scourge could potentially be coming pretty soon, and if we don't get cannons up in the mineral lines when that happens, it's going to be very hard to deny the Mutas from getting a lot of damage, but he does at least get his 1 cannon up. It's a little bit on the outside, but I think it should be good enough. I mean, one thing that OyA did that I like a lot, that I really like seeing Protoss players do, is as soon as those Lings got inside, he immediately started a cannon in his mineral line, and I think this is really, really important to do to prevent just the constant harass, right? So you're not pulling probes or losing probes or having to really focus on it nearly as much. That being said, I feel like Zeke did a good job finding kind of maximum value without really getting a lot of kills. He disrupted a lot of mining and he canceled multiple cannons, so I think that was pretty decent damage overall for Zeke.
Yeah, that was absolutely worth it. If the Citadel had gone down, like I think that would have been a game-ending advantage. But like you said, OyA's damage control was surprisingly good considering the position he was in. Zeke's Spire is finished, right? And we saw that he had a gas bank going, but we have yet to see anything come out of his base to deal with these Zealots. There's nothing on the ground left for Zeke. There's nothing in the air. Oh, and the Mutas show up right on time to actually deflect a possible counter from OyA. And I think the game is going to go back into a much more normalized state again. I would say that Zeke has an advantage, but this is still anybody's game.
Yeah, it's definitely Zeke favored right now. I feel like as the game's been going, pretty much everything's gone in his favor. He's pretty well set up defensively to not take any damage here on these 3 bases. We got the Hydrogen coming down, the Zealot's going to get deflected without finding any damage, and we got this DT coming across, but I can't imagine that it's going to find much damage. We're at, was that just 2 Corsair? Yeah, there's really no threat on Zeke right now to stop him from, just droning up and taking a 4th and all that stuff. So, looking a little bit dire for OyA right now. You're going to catch the DT. Really well done by Zeke.
Wow. The positioning and the timing of that Overlord was so perfect. And you could see, right, as the Mutalisks flew over OyA's 3rd base, they did fly over the DT. And he, even without detection, right, he definitely noticed. And he calculated the travel time, and wow, Zeke is playing phenomenally here.
Yeah, it looks really clean, really sharp from Zeke, and OyA's been disrupted a lot, so that's another thing that I was going to mention earlier. Even though Zeke didn't get like a whole lot of kills overall, it does completely disrupt kind of your flow when you got Lings in your base running around like this as well. And Zeke, he does it so often, I don't think he misses much of a beat. This is really Corsair heavy. I like the Templar tucked behind the little spire here. It can make it pretty hard to spot sometimes, so he might be able to find a good storm. But he's going to try and bait these Corsair out and then fly in with a bunch of this air, or the Scourge, and pick them off. But, well, yeah, not going to take the bait for now. Just going to stay defensive.
Like you said, you know, Zeke definitely threw OyA off his balance there, right? And you can see here that, yeah, there's a bunch of Corsairs out on the field, but guess what? There's also a complete fleet of Scourge and Mutas with +1 air carapace in OyA's base already, right? So the air superiority, I would confidently claim belongs to Zeke. And you can see Zeke, you know, taking a 4th base, building even more macro hatcheries behind this. And OyA, in the meantime, the best he can do is, what, accumulate storm energy, build some more Corsairs? Like, he has to sit back and, you know, focus on his own game for a long time before he can get out on the map and do anything.
Yeah, he's going to be working on his death ball. Most likely, we won't see him move into like 150, 160 supply. He might start coming out and maybe trying to put on some pressure this way, but we just see this really heavy Corsair commitment here from OyA, which is going to eat into the kind of the Goon and Templar count quite a bit. And it's not going to, like, it's obviously going to be great for clearing the Mutas and Scourge, which do have that +1 armor we saw there. But OyA's ground army is going to be really, really weak, and there is a lot of Hydras already out on the field for Zeke.
Yeah, OyA has no idea any of this is coming, right? Because Zeke has kept him in his base this entire game. Like, the one time OyA had any vision of Zeke, it feels like, was when those initial 4 Zealots crossed over the bridge. But now, this game is Zeke's, you know, this is Zeke's sandbox. He can do anything he wants. And OyA is...
Surely we got more than one.
Wait.
I
know we have, you know, plenty of Corsairs.
Yeah.
But OyA has...
This could be really bad, actually. This high energy Templar gonna get snacked immediately, and there's no more storm on the field, so this can absolutely just get swallowed up by the mass Hydras from Zeke.
Man.
Supply's even pretty close, and with no storm, that means there's like 1,000 Hydras on the field, guys. So the mass Goon's not gonna do good against all of these Hydra if a big fight happens.
The instant OyA saw the Hydras, it was just, you know, nope, 1A, 2A, 3A back home. there's no way you can fight that army. Oh man. Is there even?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a robo facility and a robo bay as well. Okay, at least. Oh, these Corsairs might be slightly out of position, but no. Oh man, I nearly fainted there. I really thought the Corsairs were gonna blow up to the Scourge and confidently end the game, but no, not yet. Zeke continues to press his advantage forward. OyA has to do something sooner rather than later if he wants to have any advantage in this game. And now, yeah, he has crossed the closest, the tightest choke on the map, and there is a lot of booms, but I don't think. Yeah, there's way too many lurkers there. There's nothing you can do to.
There's no storm here. There's absolutely no way to fight with no storm. You know, I was talking about him pushing out around 160 supply, but that was also including storm in that calculation. This army, like, the supply from OyA looks good, but this army is a lot weaker than you would think.
Yeah. No observers, no storm. Yeah, observatories just now being built. Oh man. Those lurkers are gonna reign supreme here. Yeah, you can see, you know, that's only 5 lurkers, which is not a whole lot, especially in this matchup, but it's more than enough to completely negate every inch that OyA has claimed on the ground so far. This is so rough.
I like the double expand from OyA conceptually, because like you get him to the bridge, and if you control the bridge with storm and stuff, you're also able to defend. Like, it does kind of go both ways, right? That Zerg can attack into you very easily either way. If Zeke knew that there was no storm in the field, he would be fighting so much more, but you can't really blame him for assuming there would be a lot more Templar out than, you know, 1 or 2.
This is step number one for every successful strategy, Ozzy. Just assume your opponent is not making a mistake, right? And now OyA notices the mistake himself. You can see he's produced a bunch of Templars now, right? After he dumped so much gas on the Corsairs and on the Goons. But I'm afraid it might be a little too late. I like the double expand as well. However, I'm not sure if that'll be enough to give him an edge. I think that might bring him up to, bring the game back to a stable situation. But I would really like to see OyA shine somehow.
I would say it's becoming OyA favorite as we sit here, to be honest with you. I don't know if Zeke really appreciates or respects how fast he's going to be mining out here on these 4 bases. And we see that OyA is getting this high ground. We hear some drops being loaded up now, so he's going to be working towards an island. But this actually is equalized quite a bit. It's still not great for OyA, but if he's sitting here on these 4 bases and he's getting his 5th base up before the Zerg even is, we're going to deny the Overlord coming across here and even getting the drop off. Yeah, so I think Zeke might actually be in more trouble than it looks like he is because of how quick he's going to be mining out soon.
Yeah, I see OyA taking the 3 o'clock base and denying Zeke's expansion. That might just do it for him. If he can mine this base for a little while.
Yeah, he did spot it, and I think we have a big drop going towards that way. We're going to have to start kind of covering them. Oh, he's just going to drop onto the island. So he just wants to secure this base for himself, is what he's going to be doing. Even a probe dropped out here. Can I have this, guys? No? Okay.
Hey, he asked, okay? He was polite about it. Yeah, both players quickly approaching, maximum supply scenario here. Oh, Sziky being able to secure the top left base, which is very sneaky. I didn't even see that one being built. I was paying so much attention to the 3 o'clock, right? I thought I would imagine that Sziky was going to pressure this base, and it looks like, oh no, he's actually going to play a bit more passive and just going to take the base. He's going to concede the 3 o'clock to OyA, and with him taking the top left, I think that this game has once again stalled a bit. But oh, we have these Hydras being loaded with reinforcing Overlords now. Where do you think they're going to go next?
Well, he knows about this island base, so he might try to pressure this. It's a little bit hard for OyA to defend it, because I don't think he has like a lot of shuttles, and there's no storms or anything either with these cannons. So if that base gets broken and Zeke gets to secure these 2 bases, because he does have that air dominance right now, then this could flip to be much, much more Zeke favored than I was thinking just a few moments ago.
Oh man, yeah, there's no support here. Like, yeah, that is a bunch of cannons. But you know what's inside the Overlords? A bunch of Hydras. And those Hydras already have +2 attack. They've had +2 attack for a while. So they have, outscaled the cannons, just beyond belief. Oh, Zeke getting a Defiler mound. Here, in my humble opinion, once Defilers, become a factor in ZVP, it's a downhill battle for Protoss, right? You're going to be constantly fighting against Plague. You're going to be constantly fighting against Devourers, right? If the game turns into the air direction, it's so tough to play it out when Zerg has full hive tech.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about how I was starting to like it a lot for OyA, but I don't think OyA... It kind of feels like OyA also, on the flip side, didn't really appreciate how valuable these island bases were and how important they were, because he just kind of maxed out and then chilled with no real way of supporting those bases. He just started trying to come across this bridge, but I don't think this really has much potential for him at all. He's going to get some decent storms, get some value here. But like you mentioned, we got Defilers coming out soon, and it's like a seesaw effect in this matchup, right? Where it's like Hydras have a moment where they're really, really efficient. Oh, we just stormed ourselves on accident. Where Hydras are really efficient against Protoss, right? And then the Storm comes out with the Goons, and then it kind of seesaws back in the Protoss' favor, and then once the Hive Tech and Defilers come out, that's where they start getting their value back, and then you got the Reavers and everything, right? But with Zeke having these 2 island bases right now, and OyA having nothing really going for him, he's going to try to do a bit of a Storm drop here, but there's actually no units or drones here even from the Storm yet. The top left is actually, I think, going to be mining. And the other thing, too, is Zerg gets Nidus Canals, right? So it becomes very easy for them to defend these island bases, potentially.
Yeah, I'm looking at OyA's ground army, right? His ground army is scary. It's well upgraded. Now he has plenty of support with the Reavers and the Storms. But this bridge is such a stalemate, man. It's going to be so difficult for OyA to get value out of his ground army. And yeah, losing the 3 o'clock base really, really makes it difficult for him to explore other options. He is so heavily committed to this ground army. Carriers... Yeah, the carriers are nowhere to be seen, right? We have we have no air superiority, no air presence from OyA, it seems. And looking at these zealots reinforcing the bridge, I think he's gonna double down on this ground army, and I'm not sure I'm a fan of that.
It looks like his plan is to full commit here. We might get some feedbacks on these Defiler, which could be really nice. There we go, but it was after the play get off, unfortunately, for OyA. And yeah, he's basically on a timer at this point. He's gonna try to force his way through the ground, but kind of like we were talking about, it's not really an option to just try to shove everything down this bridge.
Yeah, he's going to be fighting over this bridge forever. In the meantime, Zeke is going to be mining the top left. If he ever wants to, he can very easily take the bottom right quadrant bases as well. And before OyA realizes it, his third and fourth are going to be running out of minerals, and he's going to be completely out of options.
Yeah, we're getting very low. He's about to be on just one base mining, which won't even last very long either. So he's got maybe like 3, 4, 5 minutes of time essentially left to break through this. And the crazy thing is, even if we say that theoretically he broke through this and killed these 2 bases, it doesn't even matter to Sziky because he's still going to be mining, and there's really nothing OyA can do about it.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Even if it took care of this entire army, like what's the value in destroying these bases, right? Zeke's been mining these bases for a long time. Like there's nothing of value to be gained here except if OyA somehow pushed all the way through over to Zeke's main. But that is so far away from happening. Wow, that's a lot of lanes.
Yeah. Even if he got to the main and killed the main, I don't even think it's playable for OyA, to be honest with you. I love the ensnares. Great value there on the ensnares.
Oh, yeah.
And the plagues, too. Just all the different goops coming down on the Protoss units. We're flashing. It is Christmas time, guys. We're getting the red and green flashes right now.
Yes, and when the scarabs come out, they're blue lights, too. Yeah, this is... Look, both players have, a sizable bank. But, I mean, Zeke can stay on this bridge for the rest of the game, and he's happy, right? He's mining top left. He's mining the middle island. He's now expanding to the bottom as well. OyA can spend all the money he wants, and right now, I don't think he's going to be able to stop Zeke from clinching this game.
Yeah, I mean, OyA traded pretty efficiently. He got across the bridge, at least. Still even on supply here, and he has kind of a high-tech army left over. He got a couple Reavers and Storms and stuff, but again, it's like we're pushing into bases that even if we clear it, it doesn't do any damage to Zeke. He's still mining on these 2 bases. He's even taken that 6 o'clock base island as well. And OyA's got maybe another minute or 2 left of mining left, so... I mean, OyA, like I said, he's trading as well as you could hope for, but it's just... We're not really fighting for anything of value at this point.
Yeah, all of these Templars would have been amazing to see, 10 minutes ago, supporting the full supply army. Now, I don't really know where OyA can go from here. If OyA makes an effort to expand to the bottom right, maybe. Oh, that's actually a lot of shuttles. And this base is fairly unprotected, but, again, it's already hive tech, right? There is a Nidus Canal on the island. Zeke can very easily reinforce. This is a... Oh, man, there's so many Zerglings coming out of the Nidus Canal. This is a drowning man's last breath.
I mean, it's a fun play. I think if he were able to set this up while, distracting and pushing at the same time across that bridge, this actually had a lot of potential, but to... fight across the bridge, then reset, then go for it. Zeke is a good enough player that if you're just hitting one spot at a time, you're not going to catch him off guard or catch him, sleeping on anything. So very easy for him to respond at that point to get his units to the Nidus. The only thing that might be hard for Zeke right now is remembering which Nidus goes where.
That's the hardest part of Zeke's playstyle for sure. Okay. So, I think OyA is no longer mining, or there may be like one patch left at the 12 o'clock base. You see even more goop being spread. There's almost nothing left. I don't really know, oh, that's a big storm. I don't really know what he's trying to accomplish with these Reavers. Like, at the rate at which he's killing units, again, he's trading well, but the speed with which he's pushing out, like, every time a lurker dies, Zeke can probably just make another Hydra and turn it into a lurker. Oh. Oh, okay, I was gonna say, I wonder if the Scourge kills the only shuttle with this army, but apparently not. Or maybe, hold on. Okay, no, yeah, he's watching. I'm sorry, the shuttle is the greatest, his only ticket to victory here.
Well, not even that anymore. Like, think about it. The only way OyA can even mine at this point is if he loaded a shuttle with probes, mined some minerals, and then shuttled it back to a nexus. So, I think we can go ahead and call this game over. It's just a matter of OyA processing it at this point.
Yeah, I would chalk up this loss too, but not fully understanding the intricacies of the map, right? Not appreciating how difficult it is to push over that. Nice try. Unfortunately, that's gotta be it. That has to be the very last of that.
I don't know what that first storm was. He dropped the Templar out and the storm went towards his own shuttle, so that seemed like an angry, like, you didn't do your job storm right there at the shuttles. But GG gonna be called. OyA gonna drop this first game to Zeke. It just seemed like, he didn't quite have a grasp on. It kind of looked like he hasn't been playing or practicing the map, which is probably true for quite a few players, to be honest. Like a lot of people, have it vetoed and they just don't even want to try. So, but the thing is, it is a map that you really do have to play different. You cannot play your normal style on this map.
I've even met like high A rank Terrans, right, who've told me that they don't ban this map on ladder because they expect everyone else to do it. But then I watched them play on the map, and when this map catches you unprepared, you pay the price. It's a tricky map. I find it healthy that every time there's a new map pool, we do have one or two maps that try to push the envelope and try to switch the meta up a bit. I do respect it. However, I think that island maps in particular. Let me know what you think, Ozzy. I think that island maps, as a paradigm, they have never really stuck with the game. They have never been particularly fun or interesting.
I think they're interesting, but they're a little bit hard to balance. That's kind of part of the issue. So we see them trying like different ideas to find different ways of balancing it, and so I kind of like some of what they did with this map. I personally do like this map, by the way, but I tend to like a lot of the odd maps anyway. Yeah, I play on this map a lot with relatively high success, so I enjoy it quite a bit. But like, same, I enjoyed the I've enjoyed all the strange maps, to be honest with you. Most of them anyway. Not the one with the eggs. That one was terrible.
What was the 3-lane one where you had to mine the minerals to access a lane?
Yeah. I was trying to remember what it was called, but I did Monty Hall. So
Monty Hall.
I actually liked Monty Hall a lot too. Yeah. But everybody hates these maps, so they never stick around, unfortunately. But it looks like our players are ready. Just a quick reminder, Goose, that during the loading screen here on the right, they'll play a graphic, so we'll just wait for that to finish before we chime in. So.
Gotcha.
But all right, gonna hop into our second game here. Zeke versus OyA, gonna be on Radeon. Yes. All right, you want me to take it away, or do you have something prepared for every single match?
I do not have something prepared for every single match. I prepared for every different matchup.
Okay.
So I had that one for Zeke and OyA, and I have another one for Gypsy.
All right. We'll cash in on that later then. But here, spawning in the bottom right corner, we have our ZERG player currently up 1-0. We have Sziky. And his opponent spawning in the top left, we have our blue Protoss player, OyA. From Sweden, yeah?
That is correct.
I've never met a Swedish person that I didn't like. I'll say that. They seem like a pretty nice people.
Yeah. This whole group is pretty diverse, right? Like OyA is Swedish, Zeke is Hungarian, Gypsy's Canadian, right? And Eon, what do you know about eOnzErG? I only recently learned that I believe he was born in Cuba and now he lives in Belgium.
Yeah,
I think that's fantastic.
Yeah,
so,
it's the beauty of gaming online, I guess. We get to
yes.
I remember when I was a kid, I thought it was so cool, especially when I played StarCraft. I remember I'd like tell my parents, be like, "Yo, I'm playing with somebody from Germany." Like, it was so cool back then. You know what I mean? Nowadays, it's like nobody cares anymore. But back then it was really, really cool to intermingle with all these people from all over the world.
And I was going to say that this match I'm actually pretty excited to see what OyA has to show. This is a Radion, I think, is the most standard map we've had in years, right? It's a very balanced map. It's very wide open. There's plenty of opportunities for both players to play the way they're most confident in. And I want to point out that Zeke has decided to open a hatchery first, and these players are playing across each other on the map, across positions. I think he's going to get away with it, man. From the get-go, Zeke is going to have a small but persistent advantage. OyA decided to open with a gateway first, and not sure he's going to be able to leverage that, considering how large this map is. And
Yeah,
they're far away from each other.
you don't see 12 hatch very often,
Yeah.
and it's really unfortunate for OyA that he is getting cross-spawn 12 hatch on Radion when he opened gate. This is pretty much worst case for OyA. It's not like it's game ending by any means, but it is a decent advantage for Zeke that you typically don't have in this matchup as Zerg.
I wonder how OyA is going to follow it up, right? Like you said, this isn't a game-ending advantage or anything, but OyA has to know that this is the worst combination of openings and positionings for him.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to cut Zealots at this point and kind of cut his losses and just greed on the other side of it, right? Like, just get our wall up, not go too heavy on Zealots, and focus really hard on getting our tech. But, it depends. Like, some people have different approaches. There's a lot of lings out pretty early, actually, from Zeke, so it would feel pretty bad if you're just continuously pumping Zealots and you run into a wall of lings.
There's even more Zerglings coming out.
I wonder if more.
Yeah, there's more. Look at the minimap. Look. I wonder if Zeke followed that train of thought that you just laid out, like Zeke knows that OyA knows, right? And I wonder if Zeke was trying to punish OyA on the possible scenario that was cutting Zealots, right? And now Zeke is going to try and get us around, but he doesn't quite get it. OyA making sure not to take that much damage from the early Zerglings as last game. Zeke is known for having very sharp micro and having keen killer instinct, and especially after that previous game, right? He showed it. He showed it how much work he can get done with the early Zerglings.
Yeah, we still have more links coming across the map, so this is a pretty heavy commitment from Zeke at this point. Once this cannon gets up, if the wall is still plugged, then OyA's going to be in a really good spot. That gateway's on a little bit of a timer. How close are we to finishing this cannon? Because this is like a really big moment. Okay, it's about to finish, so I think OyA is going to be fine. So, yeah, pretty good hold from OyA. Actually, this is a big commitment from Zeke, and we killed 0 Zealots, by the way. Like, that was really good Zealot cycling from OyA to not lose anything.
Yeah, the rotation on the wall was actually very sharp. I am legitimately impressed.
It's really hard to do because it's hard to do because you're magic boxing your Zealots and then they kind of struggle getting through the wall and stuff. So that was really well controlled by OyA to cycle the Zealots so like cleanly there, not to lose anything. We had 2 Zealots that were like a love tap away from death.
And you can see the price that Zeke paid for that maneuver, right? In his main, he's only got 6 drones mining, right? And he's been under no pressure whatsoever. He's got 8. He's got 9 drones in his natural and 5 in his third. He should really balance these drones out. It may seem like a small thing, but when you have so few workers, like the way they're allocated across your bases actually makes a noticeable difference. The first Corsair is coming out for OyA, and I think Zeke is going to lose a couple of Overlords to this.
Yeah, that Spire is very far from done, and there's no Hydra Den that's been dropped yet, so this could be pretty painful for Zeke.
Zeke now is definitely playing from behind. I mean, I think it comes down to how much work OyA can get done here. OyA will definitely have to pay attention to what he's scouting with the Corsair, right? He should know. He should know from the Zergling count alone that Zeke is behind economically. Yes, he's going to go for the Overlord. He sees the timing of the Spire. He counts the amount of drones out. I'm not sure he sees these additional Zerglings being made and sent across the map. Zeke is taking advantage of OyA's positioning with the Corsair here. The second Corsair, however, is going to spot these additional Zerglings. Yeah, he sees them on the map. I don't really know what Ziky's trying to accomplish. Maybe he's going to go for a second attempt at a bus or at a run by.
No, these are just safety lanes at this point, because he knows that the leg timing could be pretty close by as well, right? So he needs some sort of buffer for when the Zealots come across. Tries to catch his Corsair, but OyA is paying attention and dodges the second Scourge. DT gonna sneak out here as well. Yeah, I'm liking this a lot for OyA right now. Zeke's trying to drone really, really heavy to try and catch back up. But it gets a little bit scary, but this is part of why you make those lanes, right? Where it's like, you've been droning nonstop for so long, you're getting close to that Zealot timer. And you just want something to function as a little bit of a meat shield while the Zealots are coming across so you can prepare.
Oh my god.
Oh, are we paying attention?
Oh no. Yeah,
Okay,
he
he
sees it.
did see it, but this still hurts. We're gonna lose a couple drones, which we really can't afford. But 3 drones, nice moving shots from OyA to get 3 drones there, but also stops the mining here, which is really painful. And it's gonna put this fire under fire.
Yeah, and like there's just no tech online for Zeke right now, right? There's no mutas. There's clearly no Overlord speed. The Scourge did a good job, right? It was zoning out the initial Corsairs, but still they didn't kill any Corsairs. So the first mutas come out, but the Spire is gonna go down for Zeke. Wow, this DT doing work.
0 haha 2.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice pick because now there's only like 2 mutas out on the field too, so or just 4 looks like. So only a handful of mutas out, and OyA knows that he doesn't have to worry about any additional mutas being made for a while. Okay, it looks like Zeke did at least create as many mutas as he could before they got cleaned up, but I mean we're already gonna be at 5 Sair. Probably +1 done or on the way. And now Zeke gonna try to go back into droning. He's lost it 3 or 4 Overlords now as well, so really kind of nothing going good for Zeke ever since this failed Ling attempt.
And you can see, right, how so much of this stems from his early commitment to the Lings. Like, he is so mineral starved right now. Like, he needs to make additional Overlords. And he needs to, yeah, I was about to say, he should probably add another hatchery. But man, all of that costs, and his economy has been so brittle this entire game. We have the first major engagement. Oh my god. I was going to say that OyA had a confident lead in the air superiority battle, but his Corsairs were caught out of position there. The Zealots, however, are putting pressure in Zeke's natural, forcing the mutas to come back. How did he make so many more mutas?
Oh, well, he just had the 8 that he queued up before the Spire died. Man, this went so well for Zeke. He got like 3 of the Sair, I think, and he deflected this without taking any damage. So that was so well played by Zeke. The drill was really good. Wow. He caught him off guard in the middle of the map, catching those Corsair, and he just snowballed the air superiority. So really, really well played to kind of get this back in his favor a little bit. Still a little bit scary with the storm kind of softening them up. Gonna try to retreat here and get his HP back now.
Wow, Zeke, I cannot believe how much work he got done with the mutas, with the last few mutas that he was able to produce. That is huge. If OyA kept all of his Corsairs alive and his army together, he could have reigned over the map for a long, long time. But Zeke catching the Corsairs off guard and controlling his mutas properly, wow. Zeke has put himself in a position where he can recover and he can prosper. And I would like to see what the upgrades are for Zeke on the Hydras, right? Because Protoss already has +1 attack. Zeke still has that +1 attack as well. Okay, that's good. The game has... This game has been so back and forth, right? We're 10 minutes in, and both players have had a chance to really show off. You know, to really leverage their advantages. And I think that this is the first time in the game where I don't really know who's ahead, or if anyone has a significant advantage.
I feel like this is going really well for Zeke now, to be honest with you. He's got his 4th base up and running now, or at least it's coming down. He's got a decent count right now of units, and if he catches any more of these Corsair, the Spire actually came back down again, and OyA decided to cancel. He started some additional Corsair, and he decided to cancel them. And it looks like Zeke's probably going to go for kind of a bit of a surprise, like a re-muta, and try to go for Templar Snipe, so it's going to be just Hydra muta, is what I'm expecting from Zeke here.
That would be pretty powerful. There's not that many Templar out of the field, right? There's 1 in the reinforcing path, and there's 2 with the army. And OyA sees that he's getting backstabbed, and he immediately turns around, identifying how big of a threat this is. Oh my god, Zeke might just catch the worker transfer as well. These mutas initially were like denied so hard, but they are now making oh my god.
Okay, this is a really good moment for OyA.
Indeed. I had forgotten how battered and bruised all of those mutas were, right?
Mm-hmm.
I thought they were in tip-top shape, but not really. All 8 mutas just wiped out of existence in a matter of seconds. And Zeke, I don't see any lurkers out on the map just yet, so he's only got Hydras. And right now, OyA has the upgraded advantage and Storms, so these Hydras are not gonna do quite as well as Zeke needs them to do.
Yeah, and Zeke lost his 4th base behind that push, so he was kind of trying to hope to kind of trade bases, you know, kill OyA's 3rd, lose his 4th, which would be great for Zeke, but unfortunately didn't get the 3rd killed, and now it's 3 base versus 3 base without a whole lot going for Zeke, so I feel like this is really swung back in OyA's favor right now, and he can kind of just slow push into this, go for big storms. I mean, this is that scary part of the death ball. Nice kind of step forward and snipe on the Templar there, but I think Zeke just doesn't have enough to hang in here.
Yeah, these amount of goons is absolutely enough to at least destroy a base, kill a couple of hatcheries, deal some serious damage to Zeke. Again, Zeke is trickling in units. Yeah. I was going to say, it looks like, you know, the Dragoons are dealing plenty of damage, but they're not healing over time. So wave after wave of reinforcements. The reinforcements are really going to decide how this battle goes, right?
Yeah, I mean, OyA is far enough ahead that I think it's fine, but it is something that I preach on all the time. You gotta be a little bit careful once you run out of storms, that you have enough army left over, because the Zerg reinforcements can start to pick you apart if you overstay. And we're seeing a little bit of that here where, you know, OyA is getting pushed back, but I think this trading is still like very, very heavily OyA favored regardless. He's got a 4th Nexus even on the way. Zeke is still going to be on those 3 bases. He doesn't have any additional tech or anything down behind this either, I don't believe, so it's just kind of grinding Zeke down at this point.
I'm starting to think that OyA has an advantage on like in every aspect of the game, right? Economically, he's doing just fine. He has leveraged his tech really well. Ouch! And his army, right now he did lose a battle, but overall, throughout that entire engagement, I think it was OyA favored. And Zeke's gonna have to push out and secure a 4th with the lurkers, which means that, you know, his primary tech right now, the backbone of his army, will not be able to pressure OyA in any way. So Zeke is gonna have to play a very defensive and passive game. He's gonna have to tech to Hive and rely on defilers. OyA controls the entire map.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Zeke's supply kind of dwindling at this point, and he's on layer tech, so you're more than happy just to mass goon storm against Zeke for the rest of the game at this point. OyA's going to take this fight here. He's going to clean up this forward army from Zeke. Zeke dipping down to 60 supply, so getting very, very low. We see more reinforcements coming from OyA, doubling the supply and then some now. Gonna break through this position, and GG gonna be called. OyA gonna tie this series up 1-1, and we are going to game 3.
I have to say, that was a super exciting game. That was so back and forth. Like, both players, man, the way Zeke got value out of his mutas was just so sick to watch. But losing the mutas, I think, was the nail in the coffin for him, right? Like, his economy was gutted after starting out with all of the Lings. Yeah. And then the Corsairs, you know, doing their work. The Scourge didn't really connect with any of the Corsairs. But it was an honorable attempt by Zeke. I think OyA has caught on to how Zeke likes to play, right, with the early sharp Zergling attacks. And after that, he played the game well. I think OyA could have paid a bit more attention to his Corsairs in the mid game there. However, the rest of his game was so solid.
Yeah, well, I think OyA just got caught off guard because he killed the Spire and he didn't realize how much air was still made before the Spire died, right? So he was being a bit lazy at that stage of the game, not realizing there was even an air threat potentially. I think this is what happened anyway. This is what it looked like to me. And Zeke did do a really good job taking advantage of that because the game looked pretty doomed after the Ling opening. But that kind of gave, a little bit of hope to the Zeke fans. But OyA, he stabilized, he stayed in there, he picked Zeke apart, and I think he played it pretty well beyond the opening. Really beyond losing those Corsair, I feel like OyA didn't make very many mistakes. Alright, looks like the ban is going to be Metropolis, so the two banned maps for the series is Litmus and Metropolis.
How do you feel about Metropolis, Ozzy?
I can't stand it. It's one of my most hated maps actually in the current map pool. I think it's the other than Fighting Spirit. Well, no, I'm not a Dominator fan either, so yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Now, I was going to say Dominator. I understand, right? The ridges make it like so hard to play against.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, you're a main Terran. For some reason, I keep thinking you play Protoss. But you're a main Terran, you should be able to leverage those ridges with the tanks, right?
Yeah. Well, so it's a good map for Terran if you get later in the game, I think, but there's just a lot of things about the map that can be very annoying. Some of the walling in some of the spots is very difficult and kind of complicated, and then there's defending against Muta is really difficult, and you got this wide open main for like shuttle drops and all kinds of just annoying stuff that can happen, so it just tilts me, that's all.
I understand. Yeah, as a Terran player on Dominator, if you spawn on the bottom, I am 100% going Mutas. It's so hard to defend the mineral line in the main there. But yeah, Metropolis was banned. What is going to be the third map then? Hold on.
It's going to be Dominator, which is surprising to me. Or sorry, Zeke gets... Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because Zeke lost. So Zeke picks Dominator. That makes a lot of sense. I think this is a super strong ZVP map. Even though the percentage looks relatively even, I think Zeke's style is like super good on this map. Any Zerg that can go late game well, I think would love this map ZVP. But looks like our players are ready, so we're gonna hop into the final game here, Game 3 between Zeke and OyA.
Spawning in the top left location, we have our blue Protoss player from Sweden, OyA.
OyA.
Oh yeah. And at the 3 o'clock spawn, we have the red Zerg, the Zerg with the sharpest Zergling claws I know, Sziky. Yeah,
Okay.
this map ZVP, like you pointed out something interesting, Azzy. The numbers don't really tell the story of this map, especially in this matchup. Like the lurkers in the ridges are so powerful. Mutas are so powerful. This map really lends itself to the style, like to the what is canonically considered like the Zerg attack styles, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think this map like heavily rewards passive late game Zergs, because it's so hard to break Zerg coming up these pizza slices. It's such a good defensive map, right? And then it's just hard to attack certain bases from Zerg. I do think these spawns actually is pretty good for OyA though, because
Gateway
one of the things
opening?
that make...
He's gonna go for a gateway opening, right? What?
Yeah, it's gonna be Forge.
My bad.
It's okay. You mean because he didn't pylon scout, right? That's why you thought that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an adjustment because it's a 3-player map instead of the 4-player, right? So just going for a little bit later scout, a little bit better optimization. So you can kind of safely 13-13 here in most cases. Even 14 potentially if your boosting is good.
You know, speaking of these openings, I'm surprised to see that Zeke didn't go for a 12 hatch in this map. Like this map, speaking of advantages for Zerg in this matchup, like this map is so good for hatchery first because there's really no way for you to sneak a pylon and a cannon.
Yeah, there is that there that Zeke was pointing out, or sorry, Zero. They're on the top right, so there's like a little bit of a hole there, but you can't actually prevent the drone bounce, is why Cannon Rush is pretty bad, even though it's like it's an ugly looking spot if a cannon gets up there, but it's actually not as bad as it looks.
Fair enough.
For Zerg, I mean.
And that is an early gas coming from Zeke. That's wow. That's way better than I would normally anticipate. Oh, yeah, having full vision of the Zerglings. He sees a single pair thus far. the first deviation from the previous 2 games, right? Whereas Zeke was normally making 6+ Zerglings in the opening. I think it's going to take a much more conservative approach in this map. Oh, that is so annoying.
Wow.
Okay.
I can't believe I got down. That's crazy.
That's insane.
That might be the most pixel perfect hatchery placement that I've like ever seen come down, because that looked like it was blocked in 3 different ways when that hatchery started. So
Yes. I wonder if we're getting the live, spectator bug. I see the game is already desynced, and now it looks like both players were still playing this game as expected. Very quick lair from Sziky too.
yeah, so we're gonna get a quicker layer here from Zeke. I'm surprised OyA didn't confirm the other hatchery. I don't think he did anyway, unless I missed it. I mean, he can kind of surmise that it's out there, but I'm surprised he still didn't go to look yet.
I wonder if OyA
There
was
he
just
goes.
being cautious. Yeah, he was being
Yeah,
cautious.
I think
because
it's
he knows-
Yeah, sorry. I think you're kind of right. I think he's just being smart about it, kind of keeping a check on the ling count, knowing that he can check for the hatchery later. It's not like he needs to find it right away, right? Whereas seeing how many lings
Exactly.
are coming is actually important. So I think you're 100% right on that.
Yeah, the Zerglings from Zeke are definitely the priority for him. And if there wasn't a 3rd hatch, he has full vision of when the natural is going down. So this would have had to been some sort of 1 hatch build from Zeke, which I guess it isn't impossible, but it's pretty unlikely. Oh, the Zealot gonna sneak by the Zergling that's chasing the probe. That's cute. And this is the hallmark of really, really good Protoss players, right? Being able to get Zealots out on the map, even if they're not doing anything right now, they are in a position to react and put pressure on Zerg, in response to anything.
This is a lot of damage, actually. This is something that's underappreciated. So Zeke thinks there's no Zealots that get on the map. So the really annoying part here is now we have to manage these drones as these lings come all the way across the map. We're just gonna try to fight it with the drones. Even we're gonna lose a drone. Yeah, this is so painful. This 1 Zealot's gonna get so much value, right? Disrupts the mining, kills a drone, and now it can tuck, and these lings have to come all the way back, which means he loses vision on the front of OyA's base, and that makes Zeke uncomfortable. So there's just a lot of damage that gets done from this 1 Zealot.
So much value. And the Zealot doesn't quite make it into the Nook, but he will make it to the next one. No, he doesn't. Still, that Zealot, well worth its 100 minerals. Absolutely, no doubt. Oh, and we're already seeing additional gateways from OyA. Despite, was there a Corsair being made? Yeah, there it is. I was gonna, Jesus, for a second there, I was gonna say I see a Stargate, but it wasn't blinking.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're gonna get in here and it's gonna see the Spire. Not gonna be confident on the exact timing, so it's gonna come right back home. And that's, I don't want to say it's all the information he needs, because you do actually want to confirm gases as well, but he doesn't want to risk losing the Corsair potentially. That being said, he is gonna wrap back around and try to get some information on that.
He will have full vision of the hatcheries being made, the natural gas. He sees drones being made. Very good. Wow, man, controlling Corsairs is tough. The risk reward, equation with the Corsairs is, I find it really difficult to evaluate. Right, you need the more vision you have. Oh no! Yeah, please. Oh, that's okay. He keeps the Corsair alive. I was gonna say, you can get value of the Corsair, you can get Overlord kills, you can fully scout the Zerg, but if you look away for 1 second, right?
The Sarah's gonna get another shot. He wants this Overlord. He doesn't care. He's like, hit me, bro. I'll kill your Overlord.
Oh, it's a different Corsair. Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Alright, nice little catch here from Zeke, actually separating some of these Zealots. Gets 2 Zealot kills, and even gonna get a lot of damage on this. OyA kind of just letting this happen, surprisingly. Just a couple Zealots running around at random now that we're running out ahead. But yeah, that's really nice from Zeke.
Got completely gutted as soon as it left the OyA's base. Zealots need the numbers to scale in these small skirmishes, right? We don't yet have control groups of Hydras fighting them, so every Zealot makes a world of difference. And OyA here, putting even more pressure on the already battered and bruised base, right? This base hasn't been mining properly. The sunken is well defended, however. And I think Zeke has actually defended this fairly well. Oh, never
We
mind.
lost a lot of drones, yeah. That was like
Yeah.
5-6 drones, I think. We lost a fair amount. They looked pretty decent, and he was really focused on the Corsair. He didn't really... He was kind of thinking these Zealots were going to die at some point while he was targeting the Corsair, and the Zealots just didn't go down. And they found those last 2 kills at the end, so pretty painful. Zeke actually hurting a little bit. He's also supply blocked from losing all these Overlords.
You're completely right. You can see how he's got like no mineral bank, right? And a lot of gas. He's just hurting for Overlords. I have to say, I like the way OyA has been playing this particular game, even with the occasional mistake. He's not making the same mistakes that he was making in previous games. I think that is that's a massive skill. Oh, Zeke is still continuing to trap Zealots as they move out though. This really shouldn't be happening to OyA. Yeah, this is looking much more solid now. Unless, oof, this Zealot control is so, so tense. And Zeke still again going to get the stragglers Zealots. This is not gonna work out for OyA.
Yeah, Zealots get here in the natural right as these meters pop, and some of these Zealots were still pretty low from earlier as well, so they're going to get pushed back pretty easily from Zeke. We do have this kind of DT Zealot force pushing these Lings back here. And do we don't really have any Corsair, I don't think. We got 2 Corsair, and one of them's super low, so caught a little bit off guard, I think, by this Muta transition.
Yeah, this Muta swap from Zeke was on point, absolutely on point. Combined with Overlord speed, like yeah, these DTs are going to be completely shut down.
Looks like we're not mining our gas properly either, which is a big deal. That's a big deal.
OyA continuing to focus on that third base. He really wants to shut it down, but the price he's going to pay for it, I think, is going to be a little too steep. He has to keep these Corsairs alive. That's a lot of Mutas. We don't have a High Templar in base to defend, but that's fine, right? As long as we have the Corsairs and they're in good shape. Oh no.
Yeah, there is one Templar, I think, in the mineral line of the main, so he's not like super in danger, but yeah, some of this Corsair is very low. Yeah, so there's a Templar back there at least to defend, but he's had to make a lot of cannons as well, which feels kind of bad, and he's having to remake his Corsair now. I kind of personally, and this could just be preference, OyA, of course, is much better than me, so this isn't me saying that OyA did anything wrong, but I personally like seeing in this case, when you haven't been making the Corsair, when the Mutas come out, just make the Dark Archon, or even preemptively make the Dark Archon.
I think that would have been a good call, yeah.
Yeah, because he already had the DTs, right?
Exactly.
Zeke knew they were coming. Zeke is pretty good, so it's like you can poke and kind of check, but if you see that he's going to be defended against the DTs, just bring them back and make the Dark Archon, because you don't really want to dump your gas into Corsair when you really need to be making Templar.
Yeah, as a Zerg main, I once tried off-racing as Protoss, but to understand the matchup from the other perspective, man, gas expenditure of Protoss is so crucial. We have a large flock of Mutas coming to attack the main base of OyA, and there's the High Templar goes down immediately! Wow, these Mutas are going to deal so much damage to OyA's base and army. The Corsairs are in a good spot, and they actually killed a bunch of the Scourge. That's very, very good. But
Scourge connected.
Oh, there's so many Mutas.
Yeah, and now you gotta ask yourself as OyA, do you rebuild these cannons or not? You really don't want to be spending money on cannons over and over again. You lost another Corsair and took another hit from Scourge as well, so your Corsair, even though the count's pretty decent right now, it's not super strong. And there is a chance that if the Mutas get on top of the Corsair, that they actually can clean them up without any support. So we see he's going to leave another Templar behind, and you see how defensive he's postured with the Corsair right now. He's really scared about them coming back in. And he's going to spot the Scourge here. So he knows that Zeke is going to be going for this, if he saw that. I'm not sure if he saw it though. Looks like he might not have.
Zeke has such a killer instinct. Like, he saw what the situation was in the main. He pulled back, but that doesn't mean he's given up on it, right? And now we have round 2 of the air battle. Oh, man. The one storm in the tank. Yeah, Zeke now. Oh my god, and Zeke is going to get Corsairs as well. there's so much pressure in OyA's base, and OyA trying to bring some of that pressure to the other side of the map. And the storms are not quite getting their value here. I think that the reinforcing Hydras from Zeke will be enough to drive this ground army back. And the mutas are going to come in from behind, and oh man.
Yeah, it's a disaster for OyA. All these guns going to get picked off now, and now the mutas can even chase these down and kill the rest of them. Very, very expensive from OyA. Got basically no value. Kind of whiffed his storms, or you could say Zeke dodge, whichever sounds nicer to you. And Zeke looking to be in a good spot. He can easily transition into a fourth after that.
Exactly. Zeke can easily grab a fourth base here. Sit back and relax and macro up. Like OyA has lost all of his presence on the map. And he has this group of goons and zealots, and I was about to say, I don't really know what he intends to accomplish with them, but these need to be on. Like every single muta is still alive. They have +1 attack. Like Zeke can immediately punish any ground movement OyA tries to go for, right?
Yeah, sorry. I get distracted reading the chat sometimes. I want to keep up with the viewers too, you know?
Yeah, I know Ray Rain is in the chat. I get distracted too.
You get distracted by Ray Rain? Interesting.
Maybe.
Bit of a celebrity here in our Broodwar community, for sure. I think Corsair gets picked off. This Corsair count is down to 3 now. I love that Zeke just keeps punishing the Sayer. Like, just kind of keeps chipping away at them, and it makes you so uncomfortable as Protoss, because it's like, at what point do we have to respect the fact that we're running out of anti-air again?
Exactly. Like, again, he keeps like moving the goons about, and I understand you want to get some value out of your army somehow, but the muta presence is so severe. Like, I think that your strongest anti-air has to be the goons at this point in time. And here we see the lurkers in the ridges, as you were talking about it as we came into this game. Like, that position is gonna be held by Zeke for such a long time.
Yeah. 3 Sayer for now is still good enough to protect your Templar, especially if you're getting some storms off. We're not quite in the realm of like danger of like a muta overload or anything like that, but yeah, we see how well these lurkers are kind of defending the trading here on the high ground. Lots of AoE shots going down here. Not going to kill very many units, but going to get everything softened up. And while OyA's focused on that, we see Zeke setting up here on the left to deny this base. And this base going down is a big deal because this puts OyA back down to 2 bases. Is he just going to go for a counterattack? It looks like it. All these probes going to go down, and OyA's going to have to find some counter damage. Zeke does look a little exposed currently at his natural. We'll see how fast he gets back in defense here, but he did push these sockets out as far as he could to kind of minimize the surface area.
Yeah, this is a desperation move from OyA, though.
Yeah.
Like, he lost his ground army several times this game, right? So this is the last ground army of Protoss we're going to see.
No
this
storm.
game. There's no. Oh my God! There's an Archon in the fight. There's no support units here whatsoever, right? There's the only observer is just now arriving. There's no High Templars. He's actually doing good work getting the Zealots past the initial defenses in the natural. But I mean,
this is very chaotic.
There's fighting occurring everywhere, right? We have this lurker coming from the 3rd base being dealt with by the Archon. We have the Zealots sneaking towards the main. We have the goons holding the line from the retreating army of Zeke.
There's units everywhere. This is ridiculous. There's so much going on. Zeke kind of like just bringing back everything kind of piecemeal as he can. We got these 2 lurkers here just chipping away at some extra damage. But this is kind of do or die for OyA. I think he's completely mined out actually at this point. Yeah, he's not gaining any minerals, so this is all he's got going for him. We got 3 little patches left, and it's just, can Zeke finish this army off and have enough left over to kind of deny this right base, or is OyA actually going to find enough value to keep this game going? It looks pretty rough for OyA, but it's hard for both players at this point, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Like,
we don't have our Hydra Den anymore? Yeah, we're just whatever we can get out at this point, right?
Yeah. You can see he's desperately making a couple of lurkers in the main, but like there is just enough.
Zeke is.
There's just enough Protoss on the ground.
Yeah, Zeke is super smart, by the way, looking for this additional base with just a few units there, realizing that this is kind of OyA's only way to try and win, is to get another base out. So even amidst all this chaos, Zeke recognized this, but OyA did defend the base hill on the top side. We got these few units left in here, killing what little bits they can, and it's finally going to get cleaned up, and I think when the dust settles,
Yeah.
OyA's dead.
Yeah, unfortunately, the third and fourth bases of Sziky have remained completely intact. And meanwhile, OyA, oh my god. Is that lurker isn't within range, but wow, the goon. Man, the goon tanking some hits for the probes, right? For the probe transfer. Are we? Oh no, these storms! Oh my god, that is so tilting. 3 storms spent on a single lurker, and it lives, it escapes with 1 HP. I know it died there in the end, okay, but it doesn't matter. It's about the message, right?
Yeah, 3 storms and making 2 of those Templar into Archon is actually super painful in this situation. Okay, we see a little bit of a fight breaking out here. It's a pretty small army from Zeke, and he needs to be a little bit careful not to do too small of pushes like this, because Protoss is going to trade so well. This is bordering on a donation from Zeke, and Zeke's not exactly in, you know, a really healthy spot himself. He's about to mine out on his 3rd. I mean, his 4th is running pretty well. He's got a little bit left in his main, so he's definitely in a good spot, but you can't give away too much, because 1 base Protoss still can pump a decent bit, because he's already got his tech and everything that he needs, right? So all he's making is like Zealot, Templar, that kind of thing, which is a very cheap army to kind of mass produce.
Sziky is taking this 8 o'clock base, which is going to be so difficult for OyA to find, and let alone do something about it, right? There's just not enough army on either side to like fully assert map control. And that was a reasonable storm. That was one of the most reasonable storms we've seen this game yet. Yeah, this army here at the 2 o'clock, I think it's strong enough to defend that base for a little while longer. What do you think?
Yeah, I think OyA's in decent, like, it obviously is not in good shape, right? But it's not the worst that it could be. You see how many Templar he's pumping, right? He is on those 2 gases still. So he's actually, this is kind of what I meant about like how efficient the army production is. We can kind of make a ton of Templar, Zealot, Archon, things like that. So even though Zeke is outmining him by a fair amount, it's not easy to get through this, and he's going to go for a bit of a bust here. We're going to have a lot of storm pivoting down from that 12 o'clock spawn, and this is a really hard position to kind of push our army through.
Yes. Even though this is the only place that Zeke has to worry about, it's a funnel, right? It's so difficult to push through. These storms are doing excellent work. And like I said, I think there's just enough Protoss here to hold the line. Oh man, this was an expensive push from Zeke that really isn't accomplishing much.
Yeah, I know it feels counterintuitive for Zeke because he is pretty far ahead, and he might still be able to break through this. I think the safer play was just mass expand and get huge, to be honest with you, because Protoss also can attack into this. But that being said, Zeke does know what he's doing. I mean, he's a really, really good player. He's going to break through this. And he's kind of breaking through. I mean, we got the extra reinforcements coming here. We got the Overlord here for vision now for these DTs. And I think he's just about done at supply. Still staying pretty even. Llama, ask Yildrim.
Llama? Oh my god. I can't believe OyA actually held that Hydra reinforcement. I wonder if Zeke has enough economy to just keep reinforcing with Hydras and slowly but surely break this base. Yeah, I think he does. I think these lurkers are gonna grab an extremely dangerous position against these probes. He needs to evacuate them. Oh no! Wow, I cannot believe those probes made it out of the base. But still, it doesn't matter. The Hydras are coming in. Yeah. They are attacking the Nexus directly, and now the goons are being forced to retreat across the bridge. Yeah, this base has been completely shut down by Zeke.
Yeah, it was a little bit scary for a moment there. I was kind of worried about the value of the storms coming through that little kind of funnel there, but Zeke is going to be able to break through, just kind of muscle his way through with the extra economy that he had. And he did actually get a decent drone count going there on that bottom left base as well, so he's just very healthy at this point. And yeah, he's going to break this base. OyA going to be down to just one base mining. Zeke looking pretty healthy and transferring a set of drones, it looks like, to the bottom left base. So he's just going to be able to keep kind of rallying units in here. And even though the supply continues to stay even, when it's staying even with the fighting, that's almost always indicating that it is heavily Zerg favored.
Yeah, but if OyA wants to stay in this game, he has to spend every single last one of his resources building army. But in the meantime, like, Zeke already has the economy. Like, Zeke will never let go of this pressure. So it's, you know, OyA is going to be on the back foot for the rest of this game, I think. Oh my god, these Zerglings desperately trying to get us around, but it's so slippery!
Yeah, I mean, I like that we're trying to do something as OyA, because he's, you know, at this point defending is dying. But he's going to fly around this Corsair. He sees this bottom base running healthy. He might actually GG when he sees this natural over here is also up and running very healthily. So
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. I think that'd be pretty reasonable. He might try to fight it out still because, you know, this is round of 8, right? So pretty important game here, tied 1-1. And yeah, unfortunately for OyA, just not a lot going for him anymore.
Yeah, Zeke now has, you know, fully asserted map control. Like, he has the economy. He has enough mass of Hydras. And Hydras scale so well when you have, like, the economy to mass produce them. Like, sure, we have Zealots, sure, we have Goons, but we don't have nearly enough support for the army to deal with the amount of Hydras that's out on the battlefield. And you can see the supply is already ballooning for in Zeke's favor, right? 27 supply in his favor. Like, it's an indicator of a huge advantage.
He did a pretty good job of regrowing while attacking. Sometimes it's really impressive how good Zeke is, honestly. Like, I was worried about him sending units in there, and then it's like he attacks and attacks and attacks, and you look down at the map, and it's like, oh, he took the whole map also.
Yeah, and OyA had the opportunity to do that, right, when he was harassing the Zeke's third base in the early and mid game, but he just couldn't pull it off. Like, Zeke was dealing too much damage to reinforcements as they were moving across the map. He was surrounding the stray zealots that were, you know, they were lagging behind. Like, Zeke really gutted OyA's opportunity to pull that same move against him. And now, you know,
bit of a last.
These are the last warriors.
Yeah.
The last warriors protecting, what is it, Doom? The Protoss home planet?
Oh, Doom? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't even know. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, like, Zeke has more rally points than OyA has army units, right?
Iron? It's Ire. That's what it is.
Oh, it's Ire, you're right.
Yeah. Been playing this game for 30 years. You would think I'd remember that one. Alright, well, OyA's gonna keep fighting it out. There is no quit in this, man, even though it's getting worse and worse for him as time goes on. It's gonna try to retake this base here on the right. It's gonna be spotted immediately by this Overlord. And Zeke doesn't really even need to do anything. He's winning by chilling, he's winning by attacking. There's no wrong decisions when you're this far ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, okay, you know, if I were to take over Zeke's, you know, the control of Zeke's game right now, right? How could I snap defeat from the jaws of victory? I mean, I've got Hydras, I've got Lings, I've got Lurkers. Like, the only thing OyA has in his favor, I guess, is an upgrade advantage. But for that to matter, right, like, there has to be... Oh, never mind. Yeah, Zeke got +1/+1 in the meantime. Like, for upgrades to matter, you need to have an army. And OyA's army is like one control group of units. He just cannot grow beyond that with all the pressure that Zeke is constantly putting onto him.
Yeah, Zeke is just gonna keep leaning on him. I mean, you know, OyA's fighting it out, but we saw drones going down to that base on the bottom left as well. Zeke just getting further and further ahead. Few Lurkers here gonna fight against these Zealots. Archon gonna go down. Not much left for OyA in the tank. And we see a big swell of Zerg now coming from the bottom side. He's gonna push through this base. I don't see any way for OyA to hold on here and defend this. Even if he had amazing swarms, but look at that Lurker spread. That is like perfect Lurker spread. You can, there might be 0 Lurkers that you can double storm there, just barely. But okay, a couple there on the left, but yeah, very, very pretty.
You can even see it on the minimap too. It's giving me the same effect that like the Photoshop pictures give you. The Photoshop pictures with like things and people with holes and teeth. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you mean.
I'm getting that exact same feeling from looking at the minimap and seeing all of the lurkers being spread out like that. Now Zeke's feeling confident enough to straight up move up across this ramp, and this has to be the killer blow here. Yeah,
This is the I need you to leave the game attack right now. GG gonna be called. Zeke gonna take the 2-1 victory here over OyA. OyA definitely made him work for it, but Dominator, like I said, I just feel like Dominator is a really hard map to play against these kind of more macro-oriented Zergs. OyA not able to find a window there to kind of claim that final game there, and that's going to move Sziky to the winners match. He's going to play the winner of Gypsy versus eOnzErG. Another banger series potentially coming up, guys, and we got nothing but bangers today. I mean, yeah. I'm hyped. I'm pretty hyped.
I'm also pretty excited. Like, it doesn't really matter how this bracket works out. I'm gonna be at the edge of my seat with every game that I watch, I think.
I'm good to keep going. Can do one more series before we take a break.
Me too.
All right. So once again, going to be Screaming Sea, the Roaring Currents, whatever you want to call it, for this first map. Gypsy versus Eon. How do you feel? Have you played much ZVT on this map, Goose?
I have not. I have avoided this map like the plague. that's the truth. Okay, I'm not gonna lie about it. I'm not gonna, sidestep the question. It is what it is. I've avoided the map. I don't really know how ZVT is played. The few matches that I've watched have been ZVP, right? Because again, it can become like this super chaotic, like carrier versus devourer matchup, right? But ZVT, I don't really know how the Koreans do it or how us foreigners do it.
Yeah, I haven't seen much from the Koreans yet. I personally kind of favor Valkyrie playing quite a bit, because I mean Valkyrie just kind of dominates the air early against Zerg, as long as you're controlling it well. And then there's a lot of plays with like tank drops and stuff. If you get air control early, you can tank drop behind their natural and stuff is super strong. I'm curious to see how Gypsy wants to approach it, if he wants to do any sort of like highly technical builds or not. I don't really see Gypsy doing styles like that very often. He's a much more like solid, like straight up kind of player. And as we kind of mentioned, you can't really play that way on this map. You kind of can play like SK Terran, but it's not great. So I'm curious to see what Gypsy's approach is going to be against Eon here. And also with Eon, I mean, Eon's such a hyper-aggressive Zerg, he might not...
Yeah,
he kind of makes games weird a lot too, so we could get a bit of an odd one, potentially.
Exactly. To me, what I find really exciting about this particular matchup is that, like, Gypsy is familiar with the theory, right? Gypsy is up to date with what both the Koreans and the foreigners and the Chinese are doing on every map, on every matchup. Like he knows his theory really well, and that's why he can play this solid standard game. And I think that Eon is like the exact opposite. I think like he's just a wild creature. And I want to see what he does on this map. I don't think he's studied this map. I don't think he plays this map on ladder at all. So I want to see what he comes up with.
Well, I'll say this. I think that odd maps like this tend to favor the more unorthodox players to begin with, because if you're playing like standard all the time, then you have to completely adjust your style. Whereas if you're like kind of an off tempo player to begin with, like it seems a little bit easier to adjust, I think.
Yeah, those games are to me the most exciting, where both players are like pushing the envelope and creating a replay that we haven't seen before. I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
ZZZero is sub a Gosu for 19 months.
Alright. Looks like our players are ready. We're going to go into this first game here at Gypsy versus eOnzErG. Game 1 on Roaring Currents. Give it to us, Goose. See what you got.
Ready yourselves for a roaring, riotous rumble on the restless rapids of Roaring Currents. Representing Terran in the top right corner here is Gypsy, our refined, razor-minded, relentlessly rank-topping Terran player. He is revered for ripping through opponents with ruthless precision. In the opposite corner, in the bottom left, racing towards him is going to be eOnzErG, a raw, roaring, reckless force of nature. A wild creature who might not rehearse the theory, but redefines the fight with raw mechanics. Rally up, this one is about to get real rowdy.
Alright, Goose. I respect the effort, man.
Oh, and you played along. Respect. I like it.
Yeah, that's
Thanks,
totally what I was doing. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. All right, I'm curious about the openers because there's a lot of greedy openers on this build. So a lot of players on this map like to be really greedy because of the crazy long rush distance. And there was actually Remap and Kyrie in Kava were working on a build specifically for this map where you can go kind of a 13cc build or like a really fast CC build that can also defend 9 pull at the same time. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I think it was only for the bottom left spawn though that they figured it out. And here we go. So Gypsy is going to drop that gas, so we are going to get some sort of a tech opener here from Gypsy. So that's cool to see. I've never seen him play like a 1-1-1 or anything, so this will be new for me.
Yeah, something I've been talking about with Nesh. You know how Nesh started playing Zerg in the last few seasons. I think that Wraith play is underrated today, right? I think that like it requires a mindset and a specific micro that Terran players don't often exercise. And I think that this map in particular may lend itself to that kind of play. I mean, like you. I think I shared this in the beginning. These players have kind of fallen out of my radar for the past couple of months for some reason. Like I just realized this. So I don't know what they have been up to. I am excited to see this quick gap from Gypsy as well. We see the factory already going down. Wow, that was a cool. What time was that factory? This is awesome. Wow. I want to see what Gypsy does with this factory. Like, he often plays like the most standard build, so solid. If he's gonna do something unorthodox, it's going to be cool. I am biting my nails while commentating. This is wrong. I'm just excited.
Oh man, Overlord is really not gonna find it in time. It was a nice thought, but it is gonna get away from this Marine, unfortunately for Gypsy. But yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a starport build. I think he kept 3 on gas. Yeah, so I kept 3 on gas, so we're going to delay the CC for a little bit here. Not sure what the double... Oh, we're going 2-port. Man, it's funny because I was just talking yesterday. I was watching some people do 2 ports, and I've seen people doing a lot more recently for whatever reason. I don't know, maybe the Koreans are doing this. I specifically said I've never seen 2-port Wraith work before, so we'll see if Gypsy makes it work. It is like very, very micro dependent, right? You have to have like really, really good Wraith control for it to work. Eon did float in here to confirm that there's no CC, so he knows that it is going to be a starport build, not a fact expand, so that's actually good information for Eon. But as I was saying, I'm really interested to see Gypsy do this build and see if he can make it work here in the foreign scene, because I swear to God, it's the worst foreigner build you could ever do.
Did you see how precise that Overlord scouting time was? As it poked in, right? It saw that there's no natural CC, but it also saw the Vulture coming out. Like, man, maybe I underestimated Eon's, or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he didn't study for it. Maybe he just feels it in his bones. Okay, it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, thank you, Sva. I love you too, buddy.
This Overlord is actually going to be tucked in a way that... Okay, I thought maybe Gypsy would miss it, but he's going to see it there. He'll probably get it.
Okay.
And we saw double Wraith, so now Eon knows for sure that it is 2-port Wraith, not just a 1-1-1. And we'll see how it responds. I mean, add-on coming down, so we're going to go into that Cloak. It's going to be the 3rd Wraith and Cloak. I think the CC is going to be starting here for Gypsy. There it goes. So it's not like kind of an all-in Wraith build, but it's just gonna be high pressure.
Oh yeah, yeah, and you know, in these situations, like as the Zerg, you are going to take damage from the Wraiths. There is nothing you can do about it, right? The best you can do is exactly what Eon is doing. Like you mitigate some of the damage to the best of your ability. Now,
This is painful though.
It is expected. The timing is just too strong. You always take some damage as the Zerg, right? I think that Eon actually handled that fairly well. Could it have been better? Maybe. I am nowhere near as good as he is, though.
Yeah, well, he was trying to drop evos and creeps to avoid the drone losses, and they kept getting stuck on each other, so he lost a lot more than he wanted to. But we got these Scourge coming across the map here. We'll see how good our Wraith control is going to be. He's going to try to get on top of these before his Wraith pop here.
Oh, but I'm telling you, man, Wraith Micro is underrated. Wraiths have so much range, and yeah. Oh, I cannot believe Gypsy lost the Wraith there. I was going to say Gypsy has such good mechanics all around, and like Wraiths are such responsive units.
Yeah, he was doing the whole position micro. So the only reason I know, so I recognized what happened to him there, and the only reason I recognize it is because I experienced this. Okay, Cloak just finished perfectly.
Wow.
Gypsy.
Classic
So gonna get
mistake.
one of these mutas, gonna get a couple volleys off, is gonna run into this next Overlord. Actually, a couple Wraith go down too, one of them very low, so it actually went relatively well for Eon. I think this is going decent for Eon so far. This is not really, you kind of want like almost pure value with your Wraith, and losing some Wraith in the meantime does not feel good.
Yeah, exactly. With these Wraiths, you know, the Terran sacrifices so much to get this tech out this early that you really need to make the Wraiths, you know, earn their keep. And I think Eon has handled them pretty well. But running the Mutas against the Wraiths out there in the map was definitely a mistake, because right now, you know, or before Overlord speed finishes, Zerg is effectively contained because of Cloak, right? So you have to be very aware of where your Mutas are on the map. And Mutas wreck Wraiths normally unless they have Cloak, and now Eon bringing his entire army together. Okay, this is a much more controlled battle there. For a brief moment, the Mutas were exposed. They took enough damage, but I don't think. What is this? Oh wow! Eon specifically targets that one Marine down. And there are squares out on the field, but I think that Gypsy is going to be able to defend. Yes, he is able to defend. There's Marines on the ground. There's turrets as well. These Wraiths are pretty severely damaged, though. I'm just glad that he hasn't lost any. He hasn't lost them. We did lose one in the skirmish with the Mutas, right, on the top left.
He lost quite a few, I think, overall. We've made a lot. We've probably lost, like, what, 4, 5, 6 Wraith at this point, so he actually has been taking some losses to it, and very low. I'd like to see a repair go down. But, I mean, on the flip side, Eon did lose a lot of Muta Scourge there as well. We're getting more of these turrets rebuild. I think with 3 turrets here, he should be perfectly safe, especially with the Wraith to protect it. But I think we're going to get a little bit of lull here. So what I wanted to say was, there's the whole position micro that you do with the Wraith, very similar to how you do it with the Mutas, right? And I learned the patrol micro doesn't work the same, or at least it doesn't feel the same to me when I tried it. And so when I saw Gypsy, when he was trying to do that like turn and hold position fire on the Scourge and he got hit, it looked exactly like what I was doing when I was trying to figure it out when I was doing the micro map that we've been playing in the Discord. So it's good to see that Gypsy's Wraith control looked about the same as mine. And I know he'll probably take that as an insult, and that's understandable, but it just made me feel better.
Zero cut! Zero cut! This can't make it to the stream. No, but it's true, right? I mean, Gypsy is a phenomenal. Oh, these Wraiths are gonna find themselves in a very good position here to get some effectively free kills. Like
Nice.
even
That's a nice flip.
Overlords with speed, like, you know, they become useful, but they're still like very slow, right? And when dealing with Wraiths, you just need to have them in the right positions ahead of time. You can't really bring Overlords to the battle. Oh man. After the Wraiths have shown up in an unexposed area. Despite losing the Wraith, I think that was a smart move by Gypsy. And again, these mutas keep taking damage before the Overlord is ready to support them. I'm not a fan of this. I honestly think that Gypsy's getting more value out of this than Eon is.
Yeah. I 100% agree. We got double vessel going to be starting pretty soon here for... Yeah, there it goes. So we got double vessels now on the way, and the bio has started up. So I think that Eon's going to be in a bit of trouble. Have we been working towards Hive for Eon? I wasn't really paying attention. Another fight here going to break out on the natural, but there's a lot of turrets. Yeah, no Hive on the way. And I'm getting a little bit worried for Eon. Nice micro here from...
Oh, wow.
Getting a lot of value now.
That's the kind of value that you want to get with raids, right? Oh! Okay. So Eon is gonna move forward with these lurkers, and to be fair, what is oh man, these raids are taking damage at a crucial moment in time, because these lurkers are about to come in, and oh man, this bio ball from Gypsy is in a terrible position right now. Oh, the lurkers doing their work, wiping the ground army from Gypsy. And now all Gypsy has to do with the lurkers is a few raids and fresh vessels with no energy, right? So these lurkers are going to put immense pressure on Gypsy's natural, and I don't know if Gypsy has enough tools to deal with the mutas in the air and lurkers on the ground.
Yeah, we're desperately trying to get this bunker up, but it did get denied. The mutas are all going to go down. There's no Wraith left, though. We're trying to finish this bunker, but all the bio goes down. This is one of those situations where you kind of want to just stop trying to defend and abandon your natural and come back to it and let your vessels get the value, right? But he tried desperately to get some bio in the bunker. They all get picked off by the lurkers. A couple of radiates come down now, so two of the lurkers are going to go down eventually, but man, the game suddenly just flipped on its head with this attack. Completely caught Gypsy off guard. Did not expect these lurkers to show up when they did.
And if two Marines had made it into the bunker, this would have been a completely different battle.
Yep.
But wow, this game riding on a razor's edge here. Oh, the lurkers wiping the little bio that was left. Gypsy has to tap out once the trophy fight just shows up at his doorstep. Nothing to deal with them. Wow.
Yeah, nice killer instinct there from Eon. Just like I said, Gypsy not expecting this to be coming across the map at all. Caught him off guard completely. And saw a big shake of the head from Gypsy. Pretty expected from Gypsy. He's a very, very competitive player, and understandably not too happy with that game, because it's one of those games where it's like if he had just chilled a little bit longer, then it's a completely winning game instead. You know, the hive hadn't even started yet. The Queen's Nest had only just come down as these lurkers were coming across the map, but we were just getting to where Gypsy was going to start macroing, the double vessel production, etc. And he just got a little bit over-eager pushing out, and Eon pounced on him and found the win, so goodbye, Eon.
But you know what, Uzi? That's exactly the kind of game I was hoping we would get on that map.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know, seeing Wraiths is fun, right? Seeing Wraiths is unorthodox and fun, always, yes. But that map calls for it, that's good. But the lurker switch, the timing of it, and the battle at Gypsy's natural, like, that, you know, I don't think I have ever seen that on that map. That was so exciting.
Alright guys, looks like we are ready for game 2 here. We're going to hop into the game here with Gypsy and eOnzErG are going to be on Polestar.
Alright.
Spawning. You got it? You want it?
No. Take it.
Right, starting here in the top right corner, we have King Theo, aka Gypsy, as our red Terran player, and his opponent here in the top left, our blue Zerg, eOnzErG, currently up 1-0.
I have to say.
You know, even though it's not because of the build necessarily this time, I'm just going to point out, I still haven't seen a 2-port Wraith build win a game yet.
Technically correct, Ozzy. That is true.
I won't say he lost because of the build this time.
No,
but
no.
I stand by it.
Yeah, that map is something else, man. I'm glad we got to see the build. It's a shame that the data is contaminated with the map. Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you have any thoughts on Polestar? In my understanding, it's a pretty balanced map, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, I think this is it. I don't know if I'd say it's more balanced than Radeon because I don't think it is necessarily, but I'm very, very comfortable on this map. I like this map for all matchups. Yeah, it just feels very comfortable as a Terran player.
I have to say that in the spawning positions, there is the subtlety of the doodad outside of eOnzErG's natural that could lend itself to like some early aggression build from Gypsy had Gypsy chosen to go for an 8-Rax. Like, do you know which doodad I'm talking about? Oh, he's gonna miss the Overlord.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
So there's a small doodad outside the natural. So there's this large, like, flat area outside the natural, but there's actually a doodad there that, surprisingly enough, makes a tremendous difference when you're doing, like, a super early push, like an 8-Rax. Gypsy could have leveraged that, but, we're going to see that. We're not going to see that tonight, I don't think.
In what way, though? Let me explain it to me. How does this doodad make a big difference?
It makes it extremely difficult for the drones to wrap around the SCVs and the Marines.
Oh, you're talking about using that thing there in the bottom right corner there? Of the screen? Okay, I gotcha. I see what you're saying. Like using it as a kind of a semi-wall. I gotcha.
Exactly. Alas, that would be saved for the next ZVT on this map, I suppose, and in these positions.
Yeah, it's like we're just going to get a nice standard opener here from Gypsy. So it's going to be much more in his comfort zone, I think, this game, playing his own style that he's, done 1,000 times, right? Looks like it's going to be that 2-Rax a CAD build from Gypsy, also a very, very common build, especially in close spawns. It can be kind of annoying for Zerg. On this map, too, like, the rush distance on the horizontal spawns here, you can't really reactively make your sunkens in time.
Yep. Oh,
which makes it very hard to play against this.
Yeah, there's a tendency in these modern maps that they have reduced rush distances in certain positions, and like the difference is enormous. It's actually noticeable. What's the map with the that's vertically mirror? Is it Knockout?
Sure.
Yeah, like 2-Rax pushes on Knockout are insane on vertical spawns. But
Yeah.
like there's a difference of like 4 seconds. And the way I've explained it to my family and friends, like how time works in StarCraft, when I say that there is a 4-second difference, it normally doesn't sound like that big of a deal. But I tell them that to imagine that when we're playing the game, you're basically driving a car. And if I tell you that you're 4 seconds late, imagine reacting to a car accident like 4 seconds later. Imagine closing your eyes on the road for 4 straight seconds. Like that is an ocean of time.
Yeah, imagine you're in a fight and someone gets to punch you for 4 seconds before you can fight back.
Yeah. Exactly. It's exactly it, Ezzy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I found out the hard way. I was playing off races with PBJT actually, and I wanted to play a little bit of Zerg and this 2-Rax Academy, and I instantly made my sunkens when I saw the Marines leave, and it didn't make it in time. I was like, yo, this is bullcrap. What do you do against this?
Yeah, you can see Eon here taking the conservative approach of building that initial sunken ahead of time, and on reaction he builds additional sunkens.
Yeah, it's the time buyer sunken, right? So you can get the additional sunkens up.
Yeah.
See, this is what I mean. Like, if he wasn't already with this one sunken, these were stimming in here. You're just dead,
Wow, well played. Well played by both.
I'm gonna cancel one of the sunkens. I like that too. He knows he doesn't need all 3 of them to hold on here, and we're gonna get some Muta aggression for sure here. And Eon strikes me as the kind of guy I could totally see him. I haven't seen him do it yet, but I could totally see him being the kind of player that, especially in these spawns, where you just commit to making a ton of defensive sunkens, and you're, kind of gaining ground with your Muta damage, and just... Kava does this all the time. Kava loves committing to the Mutas and just dropping like 5 sunkens.
Yeah, especially in these spawn positions, right? Like, these Mutas are going to hit Gypsy's natural, like, immediately. And I'm surprised to see that there's, like, no third from Eon. That makes me want to think that, yeah, he's gonna lean in hard on these initial Muta swipes. The drone is now moving towards the bottom left main. Okay. So he's choosing to delay his third a little bit in order to have a much more powerful first engagement with mutas, sniping one of the medics as well. Wow. He doesn't even have that many mutas, but he's already getting tremendous value out of them.
Yeah. I'm hearing my live coaching from Hawk right now. He's been helping me with TVZ some, and I can just hear him screaming at me to make more turrets.
Yeah.
I see that Gypsy not having that pocket turret as well, so these mutas gonna get in here. Gonna get like 4 or 5 SCVs and get back out. Actually loses one on the backside. That felt pretty unlucky because it retargeted onto the same injured muta when it came back into the range there.
Turrets have a way of finding, you know, the turrets smell blood in the flock. There's no other explanation.
Oof. That's painful.
Wow, losing another medic is brutal. Wow, Eon getting so much value out of these mutas. And he hasn't even had to, you know, display like inhuman micro or anything. He's just been abusing every little opportunity he's had, right? Every single medic that he's been out of position has been punished.
I really like the way Gypsy did his turrets at his natural. It's protecting both the wall and the mineral line like really, really well. I like this a lot from Gypsy.
Gonna take a note from Gypsy's book here.
Yeah, I think I will. It's one of the things I struggle the most with is like my turret management, right? So seeing Gypsy do this, and I'd never seen it done this way, and it just I see the vision there. That looks really nice to me. It's just so much coverage and protection.
Mm-hmm. Now we're going up to a dangerous amount of mutas, right? I think that's 11. That's 10 mutas in that flock, which is almost 11. There's the 11th right there. Yeah, these mutas are now ready to rock at full force.
Yeah. And Gypsy's doing a really good job. This is something I've also heard a lot, where you kind of need to predict more or less where the mutas are going to be and kind of be ready for it. Because if these Marines are out of position with 11 mutas like that and +1, they kind of tear through the turrets, right, without the the Marine protection. And that main mineral line could easily get dismantled if the bio's not here to protect it.
Yeah, like Gypsy is safe as long as he's completely on top of his game. And you can see this is exactly what you were talking about, Azzy. Like if the mutas find an edge of the map that the Marines are not currently covering, it doesn't matter what building it is, it's gonna go down in 2 swipes. Right? Supply depot gone, turrets gone, medic gone. 11 mutas is such a powerful power spike, right? And he has already accumulated so much value with the mutas. I don't think you could hope to have a stronger muta presence in any game.
Yeah, I think Eonz's done really, really well so far with his mutas. It's not super surprising, but that control has been looking really, really clean so far from him. And Gypsy's done a pretty good job of minimizing the damage overall, but I think only like 2 or 3 mutas have gone down. We got a tank out here, but it's going to get jumped on. I mean, the tank goes down, but it does cost a few mutas. So that was a little bit expensive for Eon. He does have these kind of forward, probably hold position lurkers now. Gypsy, though, I don't imagine is going to walk into that. He should be waiting for his sci-fi, but I get a little bit scared, you know?
Yeah. Eon has tilted the playing field in his favor, and there's not much Gypsy can do right now to bring it back. So, I mean, Eon's Queen's Nest is done. He's already making his way to Hive, right? And there's nothing Gypsy can do except, like, keep producing units, keep not losing medics. Oh, okay. Like, Gypsy has to play at the top of his game to be okay.
Yeah, he's leaning into this tank push quite a bit. I think it's because of the late Hive from Eon. I think Eon does have a tendency to do that. Kind of took a bad initial swipe there. We got these lurkers and mutas coming in from the backside, gonna burrow on top of these things, and a lot of this bio gonna get cleaned up. There's not a whole lot of bio left. We're actually gonna siege here, and these mutas are gonna be able to clean the rest of this up now. Really well dealt with from Eon. Even gonna unburrow and move these out of the way so it doesn't take any additional losses. And I liked the window that we were going for as Gypsy. Nice cleanup here on these last 2 lurkers. Vessel finally is out now. But, ooh, nice bottom irradiate there on that muta too. Pretty quick, though, from Eon to separate that one. That's very difficult to do.
Dude, both of these players are so sharp. They're so good.
Yeah, I do think Eon has been showcasing kind of a superiority in like his fighting prowess so far in the series.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, like, you put any other Terran in the same position as Gypsy, and they would have been dead, like, long ago. Gypsy is actually handling this fairly well, all things considered.
Yeah, but you're definitely not happy as Terran right now. He's only just now adding his second starport, right? He wanted to go into these tanks. The whole point of this was he wanted to be tank pushing before Hive was done, but Defilers are out now, so the tanks is not where you want to be, unless he's committing to the Hydra Lurker, I guess, then it's still fine, but... Yeah, he was definitely wanting to push out and get some pressure going, but he got deflected pretty well by Eon.
Gypsy has been playing this game with like a 500 guess deficit the entire time. Like he lost all of the early medics, he lost the early tanks, and he has gotten nothing accomplished so far.
This is a pretty good trade though. We cleared a lot of the lurkers and the mutas now. And Eon's committing so much to lurkers and mutas that the Defilers, he may have started some now, we see his gas bank is down to 0, but that was a really nice moment for Gypsy now.
Yeah, the gas deficit has been brought back into balance, right?
Miss.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gypsy's being very impatient, though. I feel like. I guess he's maybe worried about Defilers joining this push at this point, and that's why he's being kind of over-eager. But it's allowing Eon to get better trades consistently than you would expect them to.
Yeah, the better trades is the name of the game here. Like Gypsy, he knows that he's on a timer. He desperately wants to make something happen. There is a Dark Swarm on his side of the map, right? You can see how much he's struggling to push. He's not going to be able to push. The Firebats die eventually, but this is exactly what he was trying to avoid, right, with the earlier pushes. And unfortunately for him, like Defilers are out, Consume is done, Dark Swarm is on the high ground. Like Eon has a ton of advantage here right now, and Gypsy is going to have to play extremely solid to stand a chance, I think.
Yeah, this is very uncomfortable for Gypsy. The swarms are dangerously close to putting on a lot of pressure, and now we see more swarms come down on top of these tanks. It's going to push these lurkers a little bit further forward. A couple of radiates going to come down on the backside of this. I don't know. Looks like maybe he got another lurker there. The Defilers from Eon are doing a really good job of staying out of range of these irradiates, so he's able to stay on just a couple Defilers here and continue getting value out of it without having to dump his gas back into more Defilers.
I have to say that at least for Gypsy, he's been able to set up his third pretty uninterrupted. I was about to say he set up his third with no interruptions whatsoever, but man, the few Mutalisks that remained alive from the previous battles coming in, and like every single part of this game has been has favored Eon so far. There was that one engagement on the high ground where
he's gonna get a double kill. He did. We lost the vessel anyway, but it wasn't actually needed.
We take those, Azzy. We definitely take those. Gypsy being able to sneak out a secondary bioforce on the map to see if he can put some pressure on the other side. He's going to push towards Eon's third base, but Eon has some dangerous Dark Swarms here near Gypsy's natural. If Gypsy is not careful, he's going to lose his tanks.
So many Firebats. But we don't have scan. We need scan.
So,
alright, well, we're going to get the counter here.
What is that going to do for us?
Well, if he kills this base off, we can eventually defend with irradiates in theory. Eon is running out of units. He's even eating Overlords to try and find energy at this point. I think this is good enough for Gypsy, but man, that got dicey. I love the call for this counterattack. That was such a I need to basically stop what's happening kind of decision. You know what I mean?
Yes. Honestly, if you took that army, right, and you kept it. Oh my god. What? Hold on. I'm gonna watch these lurkers. These lurkers are going to get so many SCV kills. Wow. So, sorry. I was going to say that secondary bioforce, if you had held it back, right, had it stayed in your natural, it wouldn't have made that much of a difference because there's Dark Swarm out, right? Yeah. So he was able to find value in a game. And he's also going to deny the fourth base from Eon. That is fantastic.
Yeah, it's a good
Excellent.
Catch. Suddenly Eon is back against the ropes. He was the one in the driver's seat for so long in this game, and then this one counterattack. And it is hard to make a call like that when you're playing Terran. It's like you have death literally knocking on your doorstep. It's like inching closer and closer, and it's so hard to understand that a survival instinct is you need to attack them before they kill you.
I like that. Oh man, I think that secondary Bioforce here is going to be cut off from the rest of the game. Eon identifies that this force is on the high ground, so he's going to position a couple of lurkers by the ramp. He's going to call it a day. But I have to say that Bioforce has absolutely been worth its weight in gold, or gas, I guess.
Yeah.
Wow, look at the supplies here, Ozzy. Can you believe? Can you believe that after the first 12 minutes of this game, Gypsy is actually looking to have a pretty healthy army size here? These Hydras are good, but there's enough tanks to hold them back.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's traded as well as it did for Eon even. But yeah, Gypsy gonna hold on to this base. I mean, Eon's down to 2 bases now. Gypsy's running on 3. I guess his main is mine now, but it's gonna be 3 bases overall versus 3, which very, very heavily Terran favor when it's happening like that. I can't believe how many fire bats Gypsy has made. It's been pretty insane. This is 0 medics, by the way. This is pure fire bat marine. Like if you can't shoot, we don't want you.
This is what it feels like to chew 5 gram. Oh!
eOnzErG thought about pulling the plug, decided maybe that's a little bit too tacky. Plugged it back in. GG, gonna be called. Gypsy gonna tie the series up 1-1, but man, that got dicey.
Wow, what a comeback from Gypsy. That was so cool. Can you imagine can you imagine losing your first 2 medics, right? And losing your first 2 tanks and still winning? On ladder? Dude, you would immediately hop on Discord and share the replay with people. That was such a convincing. That was so fun to watch, dude. I am literally at the edge of my seat. Hold on, I have to to readjust here. I cannot believe how tightly Gypsy remained in control of his base throughout the first half of that game, taking blow after blow after blow. He got a little impatient, like you said, right? And he paid the price. He lost a couple of tanks, but he still somehow found the power of will to remain focused. Play better, control macro, and eventually that one decision, right? The one key decision of sending the secondary bio ball out to deal with the expansions. Wow, man, Gypsy is so good.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. I'm impressed by both players in this game. I think eOnzErG really kind of showed us, like I was said in the game. I really feel like he has the superior skirmishing prowess, right? Because again, this is his way of playing the game in general. So he's much more accustomed to playing that way. Whereas Gypsy, much more, kind of standard and just one of the best mechanically, just one of the best mechanical foreigners. Period. Yeah,
for sure.
But eOnzErG, he's such a scrapper and he was getting a lot of value with very little in it. He really was pushing Gypsy back, but yeah, like you said, I love this counterattack decision from Gypsy. I mean, you can't deny this ended up winning the game for him.
Absolutely. Man, what is gonna happen in game 3? This series has been so awesome so far.
It is gonna be Metropolis. We got a litmus band from Gypsy, and strangely to me, I don't know, maybe this isn't strange, eOnzErG actually banned Radion for the first ban he had, so...
Radion lends itself to more of a Gypsy's playstyle, right? Solid,
yeah, that's true.
Conservative.
It's just a flat, nice, normal map that kind of makes you want to... Yeah, that's true. That is actually very true. It's not really good for how Eon wants to play. I think Metropolis is great for how Eon wants to play because trying to turret on this map is infuriating.
Oh, yeah. Oh, buddy. Exactly. The metas, we saw how good Eon... we know how good Eon's mechanics are, right? players are ready. We're going to be getting to game three of this series, guys. If the first two games are anything to go by, we're going to have a tremendous game here in Metropolis.
We can alternate here. Spawning here in the top left corner, we have our blue Zerg player, eOnzErG.
And in the bottom left corner of the map, we have a Sensei Gypsy, remaining calm and in control, staying alive.
Say Sensei?
I might have. Do you have a problem?
Okay. No, it's just as soon as
No?
you said Sensei, I just immediately noticed the headband, you know it.
Yes. I have to say, these spawn positions, pretty unfortunate for Gypsy. Like,
yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal.
I feel like any other spawn position for him would have been better in some way. But right here, like the natural is so exposed, and it's closer to eOnzErG. Like, we'll see. We'll see if Eon can leverage that. I hope he does.
Yeah, well, he'll probably try. I mean, he did show us last game his meter control looked really, really solid, really on point. They are getting to play in 24 low as well, right? So I'm sure eOnzErG is super happy controlling his meter with really good latency. And it you know, kind of as you go further and further up the ladder when it comes to like the skill level of your Zerg players, it's just the meter micro gets exponentially better as well. And especially for these more aggressive Zerg players like Eon, it's very important that they have strong meter control, and he showed us a lot of it. So I expect we're going to see more of that. I'm excited to see how Gypsy wants to do his turret layout again, because as you know from personal experience playing against me, this map makes me lose my mind when I'm trying to defend mutas. So I need to see better players and see how they handle it, because yeah, I can't handle it.
You know, and I know Wolfix is also in the chat. You know, it doesn't matter what map it is. Wolfix cannot. Wolfix sees mutas like wasps in real life. Like, he cannot stand them. I'm sure that Wolfix is also going to pay attention to how Gypsy positions his turrets and handles the muta threat. This map makes it so difficult for Terran to have like a productive and clean base layout. And you combine that with like a very skilled muta player. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna see how Gypsy handles the mutas for sure.
Yep. Alright, it's a 253. Yeah. So probably gonna be that 2 hatch mutas again, looks like, from Eon. Not super surprising.
I don't think I've ever seen Xeon like play a radically different build, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched a lot of his games, so I don't know if he ever does 2.5. I'm sure he has sometimes, right? But I don't think that I personally have seen it yet.
Yeah, and especially with these positions, like getting your mutas as early as possible is definitely rewarding. We see was it 6 links? Yeah, we see 6 links coming from Eon. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that. Yeah, there's nothing to be done here. Go home. You're drunk. Every drone matters when you're going for, you know, this super fast muta timing with 2 hatches, right?
Did Eon forget a muta? He did, or sorry, an overlord, because I think he gas tricked to get an extra drone out while he's waiting for an overlord, because he was 19 out of 18.
Oh, I did not notice that. No.
Yeah, so maybe a slight mistake there from Eon. I don't know if maybe this is some like crazy optimization that I just didn't know about, or if he actually just forgot an overlord for a bit there.
Let's see. So far, the Spire looks to be being built at like the right time. We see I like that we're pointing this out. Like the drone count here is very, very tight. It has to be precise. There's not a lot of flexibility or room to play here. So like every single decision like that, Oh, no, that Marine does not wish to die today. Every single decision you make here has a consequence. We see the Eon placing his third hatchery in base, and the fire bat is out to defend, and the medic is out to attack. Eon sees this coming. There is no need to build that preventative sunken ahead of time.
Yeah, and this is I mean, this is just good for Gypsy to do. The reason you like doing this right against this specifically is it just eases into the early mutas as well. So we'll see that when the Spire is done, right? He's got the gas count that he wants for 6 mutas, but he's not gonna have the minerals anymore because he had to make these 2. Are we? How close are we to starting turrets? Because it's getting a little bit dicey.
So the mutas are already morphing, right?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay. No.
Okay.
Yes. Oh! No. The mutas will be coming momentarily.
Yeah,
man.
it's gonna be fine. Of course, Gypsy like has it tight, right? It's just I just get nervous, you know. I don't want to see a loss because of like something, you know, some like C rank. Oh, I just didn't make my turrets. Something that I would do just completely at random. But yeah, of course, Gypsy's not gonna make a mistake like that. So Muta's coming across the field now. We're postured aggressively here with our bio, and the bio being out here is more of a, you know, just maybe looking for an early fight against the Mutas. We heard a scan go down, maybe looking for what's coming out of eggs or checking drone counts, that kind of thing. But right now, what is it, just 5 Mutas, so it's not very scary yet. 6 Muta going to be joining now. And really, before he gets up to 11 Mutas, it's not really anything to be super afraid of.
Yeah, these skirmishes have gone about as well as like we expected them to. The 5 Mutas getting a couple of Marine kills, that's always good. They're being shot back, that's not so good. Nothing meaningful has happened yet with this Muta army. We see 9 Mutas now going to attack this turret from this high ground, which is so difficult to defend again. But we can see Gypsy immediately defending the next turret in line. And the turret does go down, but the Mutas are beginning to look pretty weak. And Gypsy is going for the counterattack, and with 3 Mutas on the edge of the death, this push is actually pretty intimidating.
Yeah, this could potentially trade really well into the Mutas. Nice swipe there from Eon. And he still hasn't lost any Mutas, which is crazy. So many of them are just on the brink of death.
You can see that those swipes against that Bioforce, they were done at like maximum range, right? Like both of these players are leveraging their armies like super well. Gypsy now retreating to reinforce with his next wave of bio. Eon again being conservative with his Mutas. He's dealt plenty of damage. He's killed a couple of Marines. He's killed a couple of turrets. I think he could have done more damage with the Mutas, or I should say, I think he hoped to deal more damage with the Mutas.
Yeah, I think I liked what Gypsy did. Before he sent his bio out, he scanned the natural to see if he had made more Sunkens or not, right? And if he didn't make Sunkens, the best way to defend is the threat and the counterattack. So basically all Eon was able to do was kill a couple of Sunkens. We see the Muta's going to come in here with the Lings and try to take a fight against the bio and clean this up. And it looks like he's doing a pretty good job of cleaning this up. A lot of Mutas still left over as well. And this bio did not do good for Gypsy. Big shake of the head from Gypsy there. Super disappointed by the win. We got 1 Marine now, and he might just be dead here now.
I think Eon has the mechanics to clinch it here. Absolutely. Like, not only did he kill the bio ball out of the map, he also killed the reinforcing bio. And every Marine counts here. Like, every Marine that you can keep alive, and oh god, every Marine counts because they scale so hard when they group up. But the Mutas are on top of the barracks. There are no more turrets in this base. These Marines are going to die as soon as they spawn. Oh my god, you're right. There's only 4 Mutas left in the stack. But the Zergling follow-up is going to be...
The Lings are the issue, yeah. Yeah. Gypsy's
against the ropes here. Oh, and the Hydra follow-up. Yeah, we've seen that one before. Wow.
Yeah, just these last 4 Mutas getting so much value before they finally start going down. Now it's just down to 2 Mutas. I mean, Gypsy's kind of sort of holding, but he's down to 37 supplies, lost a ton of SCVs. He's trying to get his bio count back up. There's only a few Mutas here now. but there's hardly any turrets left. These depots are going to go down. Gypsy pretty much on the back. He's just on the ropes here, yeah. I mean, he's going to maybe hold on, but there's a lot more coming. Eon's like this, man. When Eon starts getting some damage done, he just keeps going.
Like, what do you do here as Gypsy, right? Like making one firebat would be good against the Lynx, but that means you don't have one more Marine to deal with the Mutas. There's no right choice here. Like, Eon has such a killer instinct, and oh my god, this is exactly what Kerrigan saw before she was turned to the King of Blades. And oh my god, the positioning of the Mutas is so good.
Yeah, really nice positioning from Gypsy to deflect this, and took basically no losses. He's got a tank out now. He's got Vessel Tech on the way. If Gypsy can stabilize, he does have a massive tech advantage. Obviously, he took a ton of damage, but there's no Hive on the way for Eon right now. There is an exposed right side here at the middle line. He's remade some mutas now as well. But even though supply looks pretty bad for Terran, I'm not going to deny that at all. There is potential of getting a lot of value out of the higher tech units, but we'll see what Eon can get done with his mutas. We've seen it time and time again. A lot of lurkers coming in as well. We do have some tanks out. We got a bunker. We got a vessel. But if we deflect this without taking too much damage, I want to say that I don't hate it for Gypsy. I do hate it for Gypsy. It looks pretty doomed. But I'm a Terran player, so my bias is obviously coming out.
Yes. And we see here Eon going to commit to the attack, burrowing the lurkers on top of the bunker. The Zerglings are distracting the tanks, who are desperately moving backwards to survive. One tank goes down. There's 3 Zerglings left. That might just be enough to kill the tank, though. That is so close to dying. The lurkers assuming a commanding position by the ramp. There are no more reinforcements coming down this ramp to help this natural. And there's one Marine. The Marine goes down, and now Eon is in full control of this natural. And he's not. That is not enough for him. He's going to go up the ramp with the Lynx. He's going to make sure that every Marine that pops out of the barracks does not have enough time to take a single breath.
Yeah, I respect Gypsy's fighting speed here, but I think the game is pretty much over. He's going to be able to clean up these last couple lurkers. They're actually going to unburrow and pull back. I like that call from Eon. Even hearing a radiate go down to the backside there was unfortunate. I think the lowest HP lurker, but Eon, no drones, man. Just units, and keeps going. Scourge now as well to deal with the vessels. Like, yeah, Eon's not taking his foot off the gas at all.
Yeah, Eon has his hands around Gypsy's neck, and he's so close to breaking through. But like you said, I think that the call of moving lurkers back there was actually pretty smart. He knows he has a commanding advantage, right? There's no need to risk losing the advantage here. You just wait for another wave of reinforcements. You're gonna have
Gypsy
a massive army.
Gypsy thinks he's being contained, but this is actually just nothing but units from Eon. What Eon wants is for Gypsy to come out to fight him.
That's what every Zerg wants out of every Terran, right?
Yeah, there's no additional drones that have been made since we last looked. I mean, nice picks on the Scourge here, kind of preserving the vessels.
Man,
but just look at all this army. There's so many lurkers coming in right now.
There's more lurk. GG is called by Gypsy. Wow.
eOnzErG gonna take this series 2-1 in eOnzErG fashion, just hyper aggression and taking Gypsy down in this game 3.
You can see that Eon learned his lesson from the previous game too. He knows that if he let Gypsy stabilize for 1 minute, that might have been enough. And I'm imagining that. Do you think a bunker would have made a difference? I don't think it would have. I think Gypsy. Yeah, at the very end. I think that Eon was able to regroup his army there at the end to have the precise amount of killing power to just end the game, no matter what Gypsy did. And had he waited,
sorry, go ahead.
Yep, had he waited 1 more minute, maybe Gypsy would have built, an additional bunker, or maybe he would have had an additional tank.
Yeah, so I think it's tough, right? Like, I think it doesn't matter what Gypsy did at that point. At that point, he's taking too much damage. Like, if he had scanned 12 and saw there was, 2 drones on gas and 1 on minerals or whatever it was, then, he probably could have just tried to stay defensive. Maybe he could double bunker and try to hold on this way and just try to tech his way out of it, because I think there was maybe some potential, but I think he's so far behind that I don't even think with double bunker he can survive.
Wow. That series was a treat. Wow, Eon came very well prepared today, huh? Like,
Yeah, let's take like 6-7 minutes here, a short break. I need to get some stuff done,
Yeah.
and yeah, we can just do a little break here before we come back. Guess we'll do is it the winners match next, or are we doing the losers match first? Okay, yeah, so we'll come back and do Sziky and eOnzErG next.
and hot from the heels of last game, we're going to jump straight into this ZVZ on Dominator. Spawning here at the 3 o'clock position, we have Sziky. And in the bottom left position of Dominator, we have our recent winner, eOnzErG. He's probably still has some of that adrenaline running through his veins right now. Given the spawning positions, Eon is going to have an advantage in this game already, because his Overlord is going to move towards the 3 o'clock position, whereas Zeke is going to be, blindly behind, right? Moving his Overlords towards the 12 o'clock.
Unlucky.
But yes, he should have prepared better. He should have studied more. There's nothing we can do about that. He's going to have to play this game knowing that he missed this opportunity.
It's honestly such a big advantage to get the scout, right, over your opponent.
Of course.
I've talked about it before, and I'm gonna cry about it again. It's so uncomfortable when you know that your opponent sees everything you're doing, you have no idea what they're doing, because, like I said, I get in my own head about it. Actually, we got a little bit of a mix-up here. Is this is eOnzErG from Eon? Is that what I'm seeing?
Is it going to be eOnzErG? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
I
there it is.
don't know anything about eOnzErG, by the way. I know what it's called, and I know what it is, but I don't actually know like what you're doing. I guess it's like when your pool is done, you have enough for both like speed and layer. Is it something like that?
I wouldn't know the intricacies of eOnzErG either, Ozzy, to be perfectly honest with you. I just want to see the bright little dogs eating each other.
Well, I guess we will we'll see exactly how it plays out. I mean, of course, he's also going to have that like slight gas advantage as well, right? Which can be pretty big in Muta versus Muta, of course. And it looks like he also had one additional drone because of it as well, right? So slightly better eco. I guess the layer will be slightly slower, but he's going to have a little bit more gas income and a little bit more mineral income because of the slightly higher drone count. So,
yeah, you can see here that Eon is accumulating gas because there's no way to spend it, right? I'll be interested to see when this surplus gas comes into play.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's kind of a small advantage. It seems like I assume this is considered slightly Eon favored, right? Probably not by a large margin, but it's slightly favored. And I think we just canceled. Did we just cancel Ling speed for Eon because this gas just like jumped up a
200
bunch?
gas. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so he's
we
going to be
must have.
going no Ling speed, so he's just going to be very reliant on the mutas here. I love that Zeke kind of pocketed these 4 Lings to hide that from Eon as you continue to mass Lings here. So he's going to try to put on some pressure on Eon, and Eon might actually misjudge the Ling count once Ling speed finishes. Because he's going to see these Lings down here, and then suddenly several more are going to join up.
Yeah, this is something that Zeke needs to do, right? It's not just a cute maneuver. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is. But he knows that Eon has the scouting advantage, right? So if he can undermine that advantage in any way he can, right? He's doing the right thing. Yeah, we can see that there is a significant Spire timing. Actually, is it significant? I don't think it is. 200 HP to 100 HP. I don't think it's enough to like get an additional drone kill when the mutas pop.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But these Lings are going to come across the map now. Yeah, and Eon, I think, did get tricked a little bit because we saw a couple additional drones come out. So he is going to be pretty far behind on the Ling count here. I'm surprised he's not even starting a Sunken. He's got this additional hatchery going down as well. This could get a little bit dicey for Eon. Zeke finds the left side, gets it opened up, gets in here with the Lings, and Eon, guys, is in a lot of trouble now. There are way more Lings than he has here, and he has nothing to defend himself with except for reinforcing Lings and drones.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot for him. There's no easy way for you to drill the drones. There's no easy way for you to position the Zerglings right. You know how in 12 o'clock position, the gap between the minerals is like it's perfect for defending? You don't have that luxury here. Especially because Zeke has speed and Eon doesn't, right?
Yeah.
These Zerglings are going to apply so much pressure to Eon. Like, Eon's only hope was to have an incredible trade, yeah, which did not happen. Man, every time I call out like the pipe dream that saves the game, the game ends. GG is called by Eon. Unfortunate for him, and despite having the scouting advantage, he really misjudged the threat level that these links presented, right? Instead of doing that additional hatchery, I really think you should have built a sunken, but I don't know where in that base, man.
Well, it's funny. So, you know how I was just talking about, like, oh, my opponent can see everything I'm doing and I don't know what they're doing? It feels like Zeke actually used that against eOnzErG in this game. The Overlord got first scout, and he tucked Lings immediately to be like, hey, you've got all this information. You know how to respond perfectly to what you're seeing. But he actually hid several Lings and completely caught Eon off guard with how many Lings were coming towards him.
That was a spicy first game. ZZZeros tend to be fast, but that was a particularly fast game, I have to say.
Yeah, Eon got called a little bit greedy. Fit in a few extra drones. He saw the Ling count. He thought he was safe. Made this extra hatchery. He was like, you know what? You can have this faster Spire. My eco is going to be so much better. And Zeke punished him for it. So, yeah, nice play from Zeke. Going to go up 1-0 in the series.
Man, I know this is a hallmark of good Zerg players in general, but these two guys, they have such killer instinct, and they are ready to go at it for game number 2. What map is it going to be?
It is going to be Litmus here, spawning in the top right corner. Currently down 0-1 against Zeke. We have eOnzErG. And his opponent spawning here in the bottom right corner. We have our red Zerg Zeke. Catching eOnzErG off guard last game. This kind of Ling flood here.
This map is gonna lend itself. You know how Artosis is experimenting with like custom maps and custom rules for mirror matchups? I feel like Litmus already is that for ZVZ or for Zerg, right? Like these extra gases in the main can open up so many possibilities, in particular in this matchup. I'm happy to see that neither player banned it. I do have this map banned on ladder, okay, so I'm not gonna get that much value out of it myself. But I am interested in seeing that, both of these players are happy to play on this map, right? On this map, with this matchup. So we are already seeing some differences between these two. Zeke grabbing pool and gas at the same time, and I'm not sure what eOnzErG is gonna do. Is Eon really okay? That's a 12 pool from him. Jesus Christ! So, I saw the minerals go up to 300, and I thought, no way.
So I actually personally like. I was gonna mention this. I think 12 pool in this map is kind of interesting because you can 12 pool and then in base hatchery, and you still have 2 gases. So it's not even that bad against 12 pool expansion if you go 12 pool in base hatch.
I see. Yeah, especially because most of the time you're just mining the gas for a long time, right? Like that is the priority. Oh boy.
That being said, it's not what he's gonna do, so it's just my opinion, I guess.
Eon here is going to be behind on his tech timing, but his economy may be potentially much more powerful mineral-wise. After all, I still think that both players are only going to be able to mine gas at the same rate, but we see some Zerglings from Zeke crossing the map already. He's going to get a full scout on this hatchery going down. Eon has 4 Zerglings up and ready to defend. There's 6 Zerglings on the offensive. And the reinforcing Zerglings from Eon are going to arrive just in the nick of time to defend this. There is no threat of this hatchery going down at all. Both players know it. They are just pretending. This is all just mind games here.
Yeah, Eon knows from the timing that it's not 9 full speed, right? So he doesn't pull the drones or overreact. So good, good kind of awareness of the situation and the game state, knowing that this can't be too many extra links. So it doesn't overreact here, gonna get away with this 12 hatch. So he's gonna have a pretty decent advantage, I think, on the opening. But there are still ways that Zeke can play, right? Because he's gonna have the much faster layer. So I'm curious to see how Zeke wants to navigate this, because you're gonna have you're just gonna have the air control period. So it's a matter of how much value do you get with your mutas, how much do you commit to mutas, how much you're trying to catch up with your mutas, and try to be droning behind that kind of thing. So I'm curious to see how Zeke wants to kind of fight his way out of this.
And honestly, both of these players have such good judgment when it comes to like skirmishes like that. But it's going to be really interesting to see how these armies clash, right? And what Zeke decides to do with his first few mutas. Eon trying to push up this ramp here. I think Eon just wants to slow down Zeke a little bit, right? After all, in ZVZ, it's common knowledge that if you strike your opponent right before Spire finishes, you are forcing them to spend the larva on Zerglings and not mutas, which is obviously the biggest concern. What a nice snipe that was. That was disrespectful. He paid the price for it anyways. Zeke is going to overpower these Zerglings from eOnzErG, however, so Eon is not going to have a threat here. He's not going to force Zeke to build Zerglings to defend. You can see here, Eon already building the Evo Chamber, putting some creeps down. And this means that officially, for the remainder of this game, or to be fair, for the foreseeable future, Eon is going to be playing very conservative, while Zeke is going to try and find every nook and cranny he can to put his mutas in and do some damage.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a matter of just how Zeke wants to find his damage and kind of come, basically catch back up, right?
Yep.
Or if he wants to go for the kill. But going for the kill is kind of not really an option, right? Because forcing your way through spores it's only going to work if your opponent's making mistakes, and Eon's not going to make mistakes like that. It does feel really bad for Zeke to have made this sunken when he needs to be, playing catch-up. These mutas are going to park kind of in between the bases. He's going to try to find some damage here, but there's not really. He can actually get this from the top side. Okay, well that's something. Yeah,
but that's going to demand so much attention, and you can't afford to lose mutas to static defense, man. Like the thing with positions like that is that they are powerful. We're going to see here Zeke going to be forced to manage this attack really well. These Zerglings are pretty scary, right? They could get like a drone or two, and he's already behind economically.
Yeah, 2 drones is pretty painful. I mean, Eon's not going to be mining gas for a little bit. He's just finished his natural gas and started mining that just now. But it's not looking great for Zeke, honestly. Because the thing, too, that really sucks for Zeke is that Eon's going to have these spores up for the rest of the game now, right? So he doesn't have to worry about counters and stuff, so he's pretty much going to have the more aggressive options throughout this game.
Yeah, if Zeke is able to find value with the mutas, right? Don't forget that the natural base here, like there were 2 spores built in the natural. There's no easy way to keep mining that base. I wonder if Zeke could find and deny this gas in the natural. I don't think he will, actually.
No, there's no way. I like killing some lings here. That's like a potential window for Zeke to find, but...
We have a battle drone joining for Zeke. That sucks.
Yeah, when your eco's this low and you just lost a couple drones, the last thing you want to do is misrally a drone into your opponent. We got like, what, 6 on minerals right now? It's rough. Looking rough. Is that another drone? That looked like another drone went down from Zeke. What a uncharacteristic mistake from him.
Yeah, like, Zeke has the muta advantage, which is all good and well, but he can't turn that advantage into anything. We have 7 drones alive for Zeke.
Oh no, we're just... Zeke is falling apart a little bit in this game, guys. Some very uncharacteristic mistakes. Overlord's going to go down, so he's going to get supply blocked now, and eOnzErG's on that 2 gas mining, so it's only a matter of time at this point before eOnzErG can catch up to the muta count and make something happen, whereas Zeke's just... There's really no light at the end of the tunnel here. He's going to try and jump on top of these spores, but Scourge come out, even get some connections. He's going to be able to pick off a couple of these metas, but there's no breaking through this. There's 3 spores here in both faces. Scourge going to connect. I think we're going to see a GG pretty soon. There it is from Zeke. And Eon going to tie this series up 1-1.
Yeah, it's tough to be the meta player in that situation because you have to get value out of your army, right?
Yeah.
And it was interesting. He found an interesting angle attacking Eon's gas, but man, it actually requires a ton of attention for you to be looking, making sure your mutas are not being attacked by spores, and at the same time, he's obviously getting countered by zerglings. Like, I think that people that don't play ZVZ don't appreciate how freaking fast zerglings are. Like, metas don't really catch up to zerglings. Like, the best they can do is, avoid terrain, and that's how they arrive at the location before the zerglings do. But once you see the zerglings, like a significant amount of zerglings leave the opponent's base towards yours, like, you can't stop it from happening, right? You have to turn around and you have to defend. Like, it's really tough. And yeah, Zeke really looked like he was juggling a few more balls than he could handle.
Yeah, it's just a tough matchup build.
Yeah.
Right? Overpull versus 12 pull is kind of worst case, I think. There might be some that would be considered worse, but it's at least pretty high up there. And yeah, I see that play out like that quite often. But it looks like our players are ready. We're going to hop into game 3. It's going to be on knockout, and this is going to be the decider of who moves on to the next round.
Honestly, I like both Zeke and Eon. I don't have a terrible favorite. I'm happy to see here in the top left corner that Zeke is spawning as the blue Zerg. And his opponent, the red Zerg. The Eon, I didn't want to say Zerg for the 3rd time. eOnzErG, the red Zerg, spawning as a Zerg in the bottom Zerg. Honestly,
Yeah, I found myself
this
doing that a
game
couple times too.
could go any one way, and I would be happy with the result. I think both of these players are doing just great. And I would love to see them move on to BSL. Round of 8.
Well, since you're announcing your lack of bias and how you're going to be a fair caster, I will do the opposite and announce my bias. I am rooting for Zeke, straight up. He's been very supportive of my Coliseum and things like that, so I kind of like Coliseum quite a bit. Yeah, so I won't pretend. I will always let you guys know I'm a biased caster. Never hire me if you want me to do unbiased casting. Not ashamed.
No, I think that's fair. A supporter a friend of a friend is a friend of mine.
So we got
That's how that goes, right, guys?
something like that, yeah. So we got 9 pull versus 12 pull. This is good. This is relatively good for Zeke. It's not like hard winning by any means as well, right? But it is another like slight advantage build.
Of course.
And there's a little bit of a dance that usually happens when these builds line up, which is that, Zeke will take as natural, and then the sixlings are going to show up, and Zeke is going to have to pull some drones widlings to try and they're basically going to kind of test each other's micro here to see if it's breakable. Luckily for Zeke, it's also crawl spawn, so that's kind of best case scenario form as well. And yeah, we'll see if Eon can get any sort of damage done here.
And honestly, both of these players have such scary link control.
Yeah.
And Eon is going to have the upper hand when it comes to speed, right? Like, his speed is already underway. Zeke, I hope... I wish to see how this is going to be played out, right? Let's see what... there we go. So both players now have fully spent all of their resources in the early game. They did spawn cross, so there's a lot of time to respond to things. Both players have 6 Zerglings. This is going to be an impasse. We're going to see... We do see reinforcements from Eon flowing in, as they should. He's taking some free damage here, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every...
Even the drone. Yeah, the drones are kind of an important part of the defense. If you don't have the drones, you will get overwhelmed when the speed kicks in most times. So here the speed kicks in, which means the reinforcing links from Eon are going to get here faster. So you just need a little bit to help mitigate some of the advantage that he's going to get with the links coming in. So there's two obvious win conditions, right? If eOnzErG kills all the lings, then obviously he can just kind of snowball from there. And the other one is killing the hatchery. If he's allowed to kill the hatchery, then it becomes borderline unplayable for the 12-puller. We're down to about half HP right now. Link speed did finish for Zeke. Oh, a lot of free damage there, actually. A little bit scary, but he's going to have that additional larva kicking in now, so he's going to start getting the overwhelming Ling advantage. So Zeke pretty much playing it perfectly, not, freaking out too much that his hatchery is under fire. I like these two sneaky Lings, actually, from Eon going to the top side.
I was going to say, you have to know exactly how patient to be, right? Hatcheries have, 1,000+ health, like, they can take damage, but like you mentioned, it is a loss condition, right? If you lose the hatchery, you die. So you have to be very precise about how much damage you're willing to tolerate before you engage. And I think that Zeke did a great job of, not losing his grip on the game there. I am interested in seeing what Eon's going to do with this pair of Lings, though.
Yeah, he was looking to try and catch Zeke off guard, but Zeke actually made a couple pair of Lings and kept them at home. So we'll see if he gets any damage done here. Looks like one drone actually going to be one tap away. He does get picked off. So that's something for Eon. Oh, and he broke out here. He actually continued making Lings. It looks like that was not even a trade, actually. I'm not sure what went so horribly wrong, but Eon has a lot of Lings left over. And this is a little bit dicey for Zeke now. This is probably all Lings being produced now.
Has to be.
And he's going to have to be making spores behind this soon because that Spire is going to be finishing from Eon. But Eon actually took completely off of gas and he's just making Lings only. Interesting.
This is so tense. Like, you can see how pressed for Econ, like, Zeke is, right? Like, he wants to make a couple of drones, right, and start mining gas from the natural. Like, he wants to get value out of that natural, but he's under so much pressure that he can't right now. And Eon knows this. Eon's is not letting go. He's going again to sneak a couple of Zerglings in. I don't know if they're going to achieve much of this time, but if they do, no. Now, it looks like Zeke has the situation under control. Oh, this is such a tense.
Natural. I'm not sure what he's doing with his money because he's going to make a second hatchery in his main. So Eon's approach to this is very unique. I've not seen this response to the situation. So he pulled off gas completely, made a Spire, and then just never made any mutas. So Zeke's over here making spores while Eon's just pumping drones, I think, behind this. He even gets a drone kill.
God. Yeah, and Eon building that hatchery inside his base. Like, he's under no threat whatsoever. He's already made the sunken, right? So that means that his main base is defendable. He wants to keep pressuring. He wants to keep... Oh my god, 3 spores have been made, and they are completely useless against Zerglings. Eon really leveraging his position here in an interesting way. You can see that
is Zeke dead? Like, this is such an interesting approach to this. So he just went... Zeke makes the link... Dude, the layer's dead. Zeke makes the spores because he expects mutas. Eon pulls off gas completely and just goes Ling all in while Zeke's making the spores. He kills the hatchery. He's got a second hatchery up now. He can go into his own spot. Like, he can go back on gas and go into mutas, and he's not going to be behind on gas income.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, it's over. But eOnzErG does have... like, no supply.
Yeah, I'm looking at the top right corner of the stream here, and I'm thinking, like, what does that actually mean, right? There's 6 drones here. I mean, can Zeke does have a ton of workers in his main. Like, he has his main fully saturated. Yeah, you can see that. Yeah. So, I wonder if Eon did not deal enough damage with the Zerglings.
Well, he's just going to keep Ling flooding, right? This is such an interesting way of handling this game state. But there's so many Lings left over for Zeke, and I think Zeke has identified what's going on because he's just making mass Lings himself at this point. He's got his own Spire on the way. When that Spire finishes, he got 800 gas as well. Like, he does have a larva deficit, So I think that's like kind of where eOnzErG thought he could maybe bring it back. We're actually redropping the hatchery, so I don't think Sziky fully comprehends what's coming yet.
And
there's a chance that Sziky's overcommitting here, and he actually dies to the Ling Flood still.
yeah, I don't think he understands that Eon really has no other plays available to him. Like
Okay, he's
this,
drowning
this is do or die. I think this is do or die for Eon. I think that he pulled those drones mining gas from his minerals, so Eon is still sitting at 6. You can just see that he's just spent all of his bank. The mutas will be coming, but I'm not sure what he's gonna do with the mutas. Right, there's spores everywhere, and Zeke is gonna have mutas of his own. There they are.
It might be Scourge that Eon made, maybe. But he is back on gas now. And now he is making meters, okay. Well, I think Sziky has stabilized at this point. I was going to focus down the score. It was such an interesting response from Eon, though. I've never seen this way of reacting. And it got... Like, I saw the idea. I definitely saw the potential there, but Sziky did a really good job kind of navigating this and coming out on top. Oof.
Oh, he
the
was
drone goes down.
Yeah, you can see that both players seem to be growing at a similar rate. Like you know, there's still like a 10 supply difference, but the longer this goes on, like the better eOnzErG, the better position eOnzErG has. I don't really know what's the win condition for Eon anymore.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know that there is much for him. I mean, Sziky resecured his natural. I was really nervous when he redropped the hatchery. Is that hatchery off? Those bottom mineral patches look really far away, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think it looks okay, actually. I think it looks like a reasonable distance from the gas.
Sometimes I get thrown off, I guess, with the southern geysers.
Oh boy, Eon's gonna see this mutaflock. His own Scourger behind him. Yeah, but these
spores,
both of these armies, like neither player has enough to make a dent in the other right now.
Yeah, but Sziky has like infinitely more potential, right, with this expansion up. So
oh yeah,
it's just kind of a matter of time, I think, before Sziky starts to overwhelm Eon. And this is kind of how the matchup plays out a lot in these. Ooh, even catches a muta there. Eon not looking. But yeah, this is kind of how this build matchup works out quite often, where it's like the 12 pool players playing very defensive, and then eventually they just explode with the extra economy.
Sziky, you know, if both players continue to play conservatively and focusing on Muta Scourge, Ziky's going to come out ahead. Sziky has such a tremendous gas advantage. And Eon's advantage early was that he had additional larva, right? And he used the larva for lings. But now, now it's no longer about how many lings you can make. Now, yeah, we have this army from Sziky sitting outside of Eon's main. Yeah, he's gonna get an Overlord, I guess. No, not even? Okay, fair enough. Oh, Eon has a set of backstabbing lings. I wonder if he's gonna get any more kills. Ooh, if those lings had stayed together, they would have been able to snipe like several drones in succession.
I think Sziky has less drones than Eon right now. Yeah, he's taken so many drone losses throughout this game. Eon actually has an eco advantage at the moment.
What? What?
So,
what am I looking at? You're right.
I really wish Eon had dropped his base at his natural. I thought about it when he was... So I started to say that. I was like, oh, is he going to take his natural with an extra hatchery? But he dropped it in base, which... I mean, the idea was cool because he wanted to go for this Ling Flood. But at this stage, he's probably kicking himself for not having that natural, because otherwise the game state would be... It wouldn't have been so bad if he had his own natural secured. He's going to come out here and try to take it now, but by the time that's up and running, Sziky is going to have outmined him on gas by an insane amount.
Nice job by Eon, not losing additional mutas. Yeah, you can see both players. Like, they know they're very low on econ. Like, there's 11 mutas in that flock! Dude, how can Sziky afford all of this? This is... This is such a weird game state.
Well, Sziky he like never really pulled off gas even during all the Ling flooding. So he had this gigantic gas bank, when he finally started making. It was like almost a 1k gas bank before he started making his first air units.
Damn, and somehow Eon is still able to hold out on his own despite the gas deficit. Oh. Very nice. Yeah, you can't afford to bleed units like that. We have a sizable force for Zeke. And Eon is going to catch up economically, like in terms of gas. I mean, oh my god, there's a huge. Oh my god, that could have been disastrous for Zeke. eOnzErG almost catching these mutas out of position. We're going to have another chaotic air battle here.
What an awkward fight.
This is classic. Both players just caught with their pants down, and they're both fighting while pulling their pants up. Zeke finally gonna get some payback, killing some workers of his own.
I think Zeke had like 8 Scourge, hit 1 or 2 Scourge of the Eonz.
Oh.
But that's like so hard to manage, and that was so chaotic, the way they butt heads there.
Oh my god, and they both have the exact same amount of mutas at the end!
Yeah, it's actually like a slight advantage here for Eon in the air fight. Is this game stabilizing?
I think it is. I don't think Eon has enough to kill Zeke. Well, Zeke has a lot of reinforcing mutas though, and I don't think Eon has reinforced his muta ball. Yeah, he doesn't. You can see he turns his flock around immediately.
Yeah, okay. Now Zeke has a lot more than I realized.
Like, the game has slowed down, and Zeke has like a significant supply advantage. No, don't attempt this spore, my friend. Oh, this is such a tense situation. Like if I think it's going to come down to how the Scourges land. Ooh, very nice micro by Zeke, getting rid of Eon's Scourge while taking no damage of his own.
Yeah, Zeke is with an overwhelming advantage now in the air here. Gonna finish off this little bit of muta from Eon. And it looks like it's gonna be... I mean, there's still Lings in here killing drones, just doing as much damage as we can before we GG out here. But unfortunately, it doesn't have a way of dealing with these mutas. Still 11 mutas in that flock. I mean, Eon definitely made Zeke work for it if nothing else. But we saw the 12 pull builds reign supreme in this series. And Zeke gonna go out in first place in his group, taking Eon out 2-1, and I guess that puts him in the semifinals, right? Oh, quarterfinals. Sorry, quarterfinals.
Wow, that was...
All right.
Dude, I respect the attempt from Eon. I really like the just the concept of building the hatchery in your main because the Sunken is already committed, right? Like, you can be absolutely certain that you can focus, you can spend all of your attention on your opponent's base. And, I mean, it paid off, right? We killed the hatchery, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough damage to completely kill off Zeke. That was a joy to watch.
Yeah. It was a very unorthodox approach for sure, and Zeke, really like the higher level, it's going to happen like this quite often, where you're so kind of accustomed to certain responses being a certain way, right? And so you could tell by Zeke, it's like, the typical flow here. I always talked about it, I feel like ZZZ like has a flow chart. Like, if this is my build and this is your build, then you're going to do this, and then I do this, and then you do this, right? Like, that's how I feel about ZVZ. So Zeke's like, all right, well, you did your 9 pull pressure. Now I got to make my spores, and you're going to come in with the mutas. And Eon's like, nope, I went 2-hatch Ling. Like, it can completely cut you off guard. So I really liked the idea from Eon.
I mean, just looking at...
No, we can keep going.
We can keep going for sure. Zeke built 3 spores, right? That is so much money, and it still wasn't enough damage. Like, that was such a good play. But all right, that's enough ZVZ. That's enough ZVZ. All right, let's move on to that.
So I was curious because I was about to say, like, everybody's favorite matchup or most people's favorite matchup is TVP, but I actually have started to really like TVZ quite a bit. And I was curious what Gypsy was going to say, and I leaned in here and I see your best and favorite matchup is anything versus Artosis.
He's a man of taste, does he? He knows what he likes. Well, I mean, can you disagree with him? whenever I see Ortosis involved in a tournament, as a player or as a caster or any event, I'm also excited to see it. I think he's right.
Yeah, of course. Of course. But yeah, so coming up, we got Gypsy and OyA. So the last time I watched OyA play at PVT, I don't remember who it was against, but I just remember every single game, no matter what was happening, he decided that carriers were the answer. And I think that's a reasonable response to the matchup. There was one game, I think he played against like a 2-fact. It was like a 1-base 2-fact, like constant. Oh, it was Radley, yeah. Yeah, I think it was against Radley. Radley was doing his like random builds that he does, right? And then OyA's defense to the non-stop 2-fact into like maybe it was 3-fact, I don't quite remember, was to go carriers. Which is, it is an answer for sure. Mm-hmm. So I'm curious if he just also goes carriers no matter what against Gypsy.
Man, it's, when I think of Gypsy playing TVP, what I think about the most, like what immediately comes to mind, is his games against Jaeyoon in the Seattle StarCon 2023, I want to say, and how Jaeyoon was playing with some proxy gateways in the middle, which Gypsy hadn't scouted, and the way he read the game state was so precise. The way he responded was so smooth. And it was a hell of a close game when Jaeyoon was pressuring Gypsy like there's no tomorrow. But Gypsy was able to read and react appropriately. I think Gypsy's the kind of player that doesn't panic, right? And it really shows. So even if OyA pulls from carriers out of nowhere, I have hashtag I believe in Gypsy to remain calm and react on time and in the proper manner.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. I mean, Gypsy, he plays a fair amount, so he's played against a little bit of everything. He's going to know the responses and knows how he should handle certain situations most of the time, so I imagine if there's any carrier swaps or anything early, he'll be able to read it and respond appropriately.
Yeah, he's seen it all. Gypsy's been around the block.
All right. Go ahead. Take it away.
I'll let you have a bite or two, Azzy. It looks like our players are ready to go into game one. The first map is going to be Dominator. The numbers here show that TVP, appears to be pretty balanced, but rest assured, these ridges with siege tanks make a world of difference. So, starting in the top left main, we have the blue Terran player, the one, the only, Gypsy from Canada. And in the bottom, we have the red Protoss, OyA, coming back to the scene. I am excited to see what he has to offer. And I am also excited to see that we have both webcams from the players working in this match. I think it's the first time it's happened in today's games. We're going to be able to see how they react.
Imagine. Yeah, which is interesting because both these players coming off their losses. We know that Gypsy does tilt. That's no, if you know Gypsy, you know. And we also saw with OyA, I don't know if you guys caught it, when he lost that last game to Zeke, he looked very disappointed. There was a lot of head movement and stuff after he GG'd. So, pretty disappointed with himself, it seems like. So both players definitely not going to be happy with the results of the first game, and we'll see who handles their losses better and who goes forward kind of unscathed.
Man, I'm going to stand by my argument here that if Gypsy remains calm and collected, he's got it, man. He's so good. I don't really know if OyA is known for his PVT or if he does anything in particular that is notable in the matchup, do you know about the way OyA chooses to play this matchup?
I know that any Protoss player is known for their PvT by default. It's not Terran propaganda, I swear.
No, yeah, I mean, it's true, right? It's true. I think G5 was talking on Discord recently about how this game is terribly imbalanced, right? G5, if you're in the chat, don't kill me, please. I'm just joking. I'm just joking, man. But no, definitely the harder matchup for Terran, right? I mean, that's no secret. But again, this map definitely gives Terran like plenty of tools to handle Protoss pressure. You see 2 probes on gas by OyA.
Yeah, it's relatively standard. It's gonna go for a gasless expand probably.
Core not going to be spinning.
Or sorry, not gasless, but rangeless. Yeah, so it's gonna be the 21 Nexus from OyA. One thing I want to say about Gypsy, while we're kind of talking about this, is even though he does like tilt and get frustrated, that's because he's a competitor, right? But one thing that I really respect about Gypsy is that no matter what, he always tries to win. You get a lot of people that when they tilt, they like stop trying or whatever, but Gypsy's not that kind of person that'll give up, and I do actually really like that quality about him.
Wolfix released a video not too long ago on his YouTube channel about having the grit to try and actually win your games. And I think the two of you are talking about this exact same concept. Like, Gypsy legitimately earns every win that he gets. Like, he does not give up. Alright, now we see we're just the first engagement here outside of Gypsy's natural. Gypsy has the proper army assembled though. OyA recognizes that he's not gonna beat the Marines, the SCVs, and the Vulture. He decides to back off. Gypsy can breathe a little easier. He even gets an SCV inside the main completely just unpunished, unsullied. And wait, is that just me or is the SCV hiding in the corner of the base? It is! Wow! So, Gypsy having a pretty favorable early game here. Not taking any unnecessary damage, being able to scout pretty much unpunished. Things are looking stable for him. Which, you know what I mean when I say that about Gypsy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
What was that?
Well, getting the...
You see the SCV just gonna casually, stop, mine the patch, and then turn around and leave?
Oh no, I didn't see.
That was such a disrespect. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. Sorry, I'm having to make fun of Exit real quick. This is really important to me.
Alright. I think Zero understands about that. So second factory is going to be coming down for Gypsy, right? We're going to see him round out the rest of his tech.
Okay.
He had a full scout in OyA's base, so he knows he doesn't need to rush the engineering bay. He knows he doesn't need to rush the academy, right?
Yeah.
You can see.
Confirming Robo is really important. Like you said, obviously not to worry about DTs or anything like that, but it's also very important because it opens up some potential timings depending on if it's going to be the 2-gate Reaver or if it's 3-gate obs. If it's 2-gate Reaver, there actually are some push options. I don't know how often Gypsy goes for timing pushes. He doesn't really strike me as like a big timing push player. But that being said, it is 2 facts, so he is definitely going to be going for aggression, and this is exactly what you want to run into doing a build like this. It's going to be a 6-minute third from OyA off of 2 gates, and this is what you're looking to run into as Gypsy.
So Gypsy's going to hard punish him for this. Yeah, Gypsy's powering up for a very strong push very shortly, and clearly OyA has invested resources in Robo and the third that are not going to be goons and zealots. Wow, look at that interesting pathing that Gypsy's taking across the map. He's taking the oh my god, yes. OyA taking some completely unprompted damage from the mines, completely unnecessary. But that is actually huge.
So Gypsy's execution of this is like exactly what you want to do, by the way. So he you know, OyA saw the vultures on the left side. The reason he took this wide path is because he avoided the observer. So OyA doesn't know this is coming. And when you see this third base as Gypsy, you're super happy. This is exactly what your push was designed to run into. Is this greedier third?
Wow, you can see here, like both armies staring at each other from their high grounds, but like, wow. I'm not really sure what way I can do to stop this from happening. Siege mode is complete. Oh yeah, tries to get a Mind Drag into the tanks, but there just isn't enough. And now all of these goons are going to die.
Nice game. Game's over. The vultures are in the natural as well.
Oh!
And this is another part of what this push is designed to do. Even two of the goons going to go down these mines. This was a beautiful execution and punish from Gypsy. You know, third base is denied. We're going to get these mines off. We're going to clear these goons. And even if OyA does survive here, all three tanks are still alive as well. Vulture rally coming in. This was really, really beautiful from Gypsy.
OyA is never breaking out of his natural again. Like, what would he do? Like, you have three tanks with siege ready to rock. We have vultures constantly being reinforced with mines. Like, yeah, this is such a strong. Holy shoots! That was a tremendous mine hit. OyA's mine dragging paying off, but I wonder if it's enough or not. I mean, we still have tanks out. Yeah, the vultures are now blocking the ramp with mines. Oh man, this is so rough for OyA.
Yeah, too many probes are down at this point. I mean, OyA's going to be pretty much broke. He's got a nice gateway count, but unfortunately he's not ever going to be able to afford that now. And, I mean, this isn't even like an all-in or anything from Gypsy, right? This is literally supposed to be a pressure build. And GG, going to be called OyA. You see that. Look at the big movement there. OyA not happy at all with how that game went. Very frustrated.
Wow. Yeah, see, man, like, when you're playing standard against Gypsy, like, that is... I'm going to go out there and say that is a mistake on its own. He's so good at, like, playing the game properly. It's so cool. People in the chat are constantly saying that, like, goon shots are being missed on the high ground. I don't recall that being a tremendous factor this game. I mean, the mines hit the early goons because the goons were already on the high ground. What is chat talking about, chat?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you. So it looks like Gypsy is going to ban Roaring Currents. Not very surprising. OyA strikes me as someone that's also going to go for something standard, though. So wouldn't be surprised to see like a Radion or maybe Metropolis, something like that. That's not like ideal for Terran. I would be very surprised if you went for Polestar. I feel like Polestar, a lot of Terrans are loving Polestar for PvP right now. Yeah, and it is going to be Radion from OyA, so not surprising. Not a surprising pick, but yeah, we'll see if OyA can clean it up a little bit. Like I said, I mean, it's not necessarily that he did anything wrong in that game either. It's just the build he went for. It is exactly what you want to see with what Gypsy was doing. So it's a very, very hard situation to navigate as Protoss there.
Again, Gypsy's judgment is so sharp, right? Like, he had that SEV in the main for a really long time. And he in higher levels of StarCraft, right, you have to take some risks. Like, you can't, like, there are a few build order wins, especially in mirror matchups, but in non-mirror matchups, there's a lot more play. And I think that Gypsy, with all the information that he had, right, he took the best possible decision that he could. He took a super reasonable decision to go for that push, and it paid off beautifully. And now we're gonna have both of these players ready to go into Radion for the second game in the set. And maybe, just maybe, OyA is going to show us some of his caliber. He's going to show us that he's learned from his previous mistakes. And I want to see what he has to show. In the bottom left corner, as the red Protoss, we have none other than OyA, who must be feeling quite a bit frustrated after this string of losses here. But hopefully he can keep his level head and he can focus on the game and at least land a solid kick. In the opposite corner, top left, we have the blue Terran, a Gypsy, firmly in control of game 1. Let's hope that he can remain in control and show us a great game 2.
You're so biased. So biased, Goose.
Listen, I want both players to flex, okay? I want to see both players kick some ass. I'm not gonna lie, that's what I want.
Yeah. So there's something you said last game that I wanted to bring up again because I think it's extremely true, especially with Gypsy, is there are some players who the last thing you want is for them to be comfortable, right? And if Gypsy is in a game state that is comfortable for him, that is like normal or standard, and he's in the driver's seat, he's an absolute monster that you do not want to deal with, right? And I think that's part of what makes Eon specifically match up well against Gypsy, is because Eon is so aggressive and he does make things unorthodox. It's gonna throw Gypsy off his game, whereas OyA tends to be a bit more standard. And players like that, I think we're gonna have a hard time with Gypsy because, like I said earlier, Gypsy is one of the best mechanical foreigners, period.
Oh, for sure. I think that's a very interesting point that we might have missed earlier in this group, right? Seeing Gypsy and Eon, like, I did bring up that to me they are polar opposites, but it didn't occur to me that Eon might have had a slight edge in that matchup, right? But lucky for Gypsy, right? Lucky for Gypsy, Eon will no longer come back to bite him in this tournament. So we got that concern out the window. And depending on how this series goes, Gypsy, who else is still in the round of 16 going into the round of 8 that could present a similar challenge to Gypsy? I wonder. Zeke doesn't necessarily make things unorthodox, but he does like to play aggressive and he has a keen killer instinct. But that's not exactly what we're talking about. Do you think there's anyone else in BSL right now that could present a similar threat to Eon? Like, as Eon to Gypsy?
I'd have to think about it. I have to see the list to think about it again right now.
Striker? Crossy? Yeah.
So, this will get busted, or at least it's going to try to be busted, because this is a very greedy 12 Nexus, and it's close spawn. And yeah, here comes the pull, so yeah, this is not okay. Now, there's one of the things about this map that sucks. Okay, we're going to go shield battery. So I was going to say you can actually full wall on this map if you want to do greedy and save the second gateway. You can actually put in the wall and do like a full wall against this bust, and it's pretty annoying to deal with this Terran. But OyA is going to try to defend with a shield battery. And this is going to be a pretty tough defense. Like I said, he did the greedier version, so it's only going to be a single Zealot. The second gun's also going to be delayed. So there's going to be a pretty big window here where Gypsy's going to have a pretty good chance to fight. Nice body blocking so far. You definitely do not want the Zealot on top of your Marines. Really good control, actually, from Gypsy so far. Is he going to kill the Zealot? He kills the Zealot before it even gets to the shield battery. Unfortunately, the Vulture gets stuck, though, so return mistake from Gypsy. That Vulture going down is a big deal because you really want those for killing the probe specifically.
Man, whenever I see SCVs controlling SCVs like this, like, they make them look like a river, and that is so hard to do. Keeping your SCVs like consolidated as a front line is so difficult. Killing the Zealot was fantastic. Losing the Vulture, not so much. But if their bunker goes down, with the 4
he's gonna get all 4
inside. Wow, man.
Unless their Terran panics there, by the way, trying to get their Marines in, they'll be spam clicking that bunker. But we saw a little bit of kind of dipping and diving there from Gypsy to make sure he doesn't lose any of the Marines. So he's gonna get all 4 inside, which is pretty important because it is gonna put a timer on this Nexus. I imagine we went add-on for Gypsy, so it should be a tank coming. Yeah, should be tank and mines is what I would expect from Gypsy, but we'll keep an eye on what's coming out of the factory. Gets to pull a bunch of SCVs back. He did kill a bunch of probes as well. Yes. Gotta be careful not to lose the Vulture. He's just poking forward a little bit, maybe trying to get some extra damage. Actually caused one of the goons to take a lot of damage. And one thing too, as Gypsy here, when you see this many goons already, you know you don't have to worry about like DTs or super fast reavers or anything. So he knows that just keeping this bunker alive until the tank gets here is really, really important. Oh, but an SCVs goes down, second one goes down. It's going to be very hard to keep it now.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how much health is left on the Nexus. Oh, there's plenty of health left on this Nexus, unfortunately. If you got this Nexus, that would be brutal. But OyA actually makes it out alive by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah,
GG is called by Gypsy.
Yeah, when you don't kill the Nexus, it's not playable. Man,
Straight up,
it was
no way out of it.
Yeah, just not really, unless your opponent sucks, I guess. But yeah, I mean, one of the big issues, I don't know if there was a supply block. I kind of need to go back and look at it maybe, but it felt like the reinforcements, like the second vulture was really, really slow from Gypsy, so I'm not sure what went wrong there. And he also lost the first vulture immediately, which was really big because you really want that for killing the probes. So even though I feel like his initial control was really good, there was a couple things that kind of slipped up there for Gypsy. And OyA gonna defend and take that win, and he's gonna tie it up 1-1. So it's gonna come down to the wire, Goose. We're gonna lose either OyA or Gypsy here in the round of 16. That's kind of crazy. And then after that, we lose either, you know, one of those and then Eon. Like, think about the players that are going down in the round of 16 because of the quality of this group.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to point out. Like, every single set of this group has gone the full length, right? 3 games. That's how you tell that, like, you're reaching, you know, the not the end of a tournament, but the high caliber stages of a tournament. It's when every player is capable of taking a game or two away from the other. And like, we have not seen a single set that has been like a crushing defeat or a crushing victory. It's like every player has something to offer. Every player can throw a jab back, and I really, really like that. This is something that Artosis constantly points out as well, that StarCraft it's the game that's most perfect for skill differentiation, right? There's so much to do in the game, and you only have so much attention and APM. What you choose to spend your attention on really defines you as a player, and that's why we have so many different players with so many different like styles of play, and every player has a chance to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like our last map is going to be on Polestar. Not super surprising that Gypsy picked that map. I did miss it. Zero, what was the ban from OyA? Okay, so OyA banned Metropolis, so we're going to go with Pulsar. I'm actually surprised that he banned Metropolis, because most Karens would agree that this map kind of sucks TVP, but I think maybe OyA doesn't like the weirdness of it. But all right, looks like our players are ready. We're going to hop into the final game here between OyA and Gypsy to see who moves on and who goes home.
In the blue, in the bottom, as the Terran player, we have Gypsy. Gypsy has to keep his head cool. The longer he keeps his head cool, the better he plays. You can see him locked in. But you know who else is locked in? Who just had his first win here? OyA. OyA has to be feeling good about that victory just now against Gypsy. Like, that has to have lifted his spirits somewhat. I think that both of these players have had their share of tilt and anger, right? And they both know what's on the line. Like you said, this is do or die right now. Azzy, if you were in a round of 16 and you were playing the last game of your set, would you do something crazy against Gypsy?
Against Gypsy, me?
Against Gypsy, you.
I mean, I just wouldn't bother playing, but let's say that hypothetically this situation actually exists. No, I'm the kind of guy that would probably just go stock standard and just try to be the better player. It's typically my approach when I'm playing against someone that I think is better than me.
Fair enough. I can respect that.
But you know what OyA said? OyA said, you know what? That was close spawn. Greedy 12 Nexus and you didn't bust it. What are you going to do to me now, boy? So we're just going to drop another 12 Nexus. And we're going to do this again.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah. I do think there was some pretty obvious execution errors from Gypsy, so there's a chance that we run the same scenario back, that Gypsy does not make the same mistakes, and it could be a much tougher hold from OyA. He did lose a lot of probes as well.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening here.
We're going to see that neither player is going to have the first scout on the other. They're both going to be playing in the dark, or a little bit. This has to make Gypsy nervous. The moment he sees the Nexus with the last scout, oh man! Oh, he's actually going to end scout. Huh?
Yeah, you always end scout in this matchup. Always.
I see.
For exactly this reason.
Wait, at Wolfix. Hold on. I might have misheard Wolfix once or twice, but I think that he doesn't like end scouting in this matchup. Am I insane? Am I misremembering something?
I feel like that can't be correct, because
Got it.
the reason you end scout is because of 12 Nexus and because of center gates, right?
Right.
If you don't end scout, like say you go like bottom right, top right, and they go 12 Nexus, this cross spawn 12 Nexus, you can't really do anything about it anyway at that point. But yeah, here we go. We're going to pull the SCVs. We're going to go for the bust again. It is the same builder from OyA. Like you said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We'll see if Gypsy can execute this a bit better this time. I'm sure he knows what his mistakes are. Gypsy, a very intelligent player, very high-level player. And we'll see if he makes those adjustments that he thinks he needs.
Oh man, and now... Oh, Gypsy's being so patient! Oh... Well, and the slight overlap between the SCVs and the Marines, they're denying him some damage. Gypsy being very smart about the way he handles his SCVs. Oh my god, that is so much damage on the Zealots! That SCV control is insane! You know, the Marines
the Zealot can't rejoin the fight now. The Vulture's going to join and the Zealot's going to go down. Wow. That was amazing zoning there from Gypsy. We do have 2 Marines that were back at home still, but this time I can't help but think this Nexus is absolutely going down. Even a probe goes down, that SCV. And
the Zealot dies and the Vulture doesn't. This bunker's going to go up. All 4 Marines are alive. This is looking dire. The game is going to go on, right? But
yeah, so it's still fine for OyA in some cases. We only have 3 SCVs here, so it might be a similar situation where we're going to go very heavy on the goons, because we didn't build a robo yet either, right? So he's just going to try to break this down with goons. But the Nexus is absolutely going down this time. There's no way around it.
Yeah, there's no way.
Oh, okay, so we're going to go straight to DT this time from OyA. Yeah, that kind of, yeah, interesting.
Oh no. I hope that Gypsy can see it coming, because if he doesn't, if he loses to this DT follow-up, he's going to explode.
Well, so the thing is, you go mines behind this. He's gonna drop mines behind the bunker anyway. So this should be good for Gypsy, in theory. Like, if he executes it properly, he should notice, by the way, that there's like not nearly as many goons, right? He's gonna get his mines out, so mines are done. We'll start laying some mines here. And he should know to eBay at some point as well. So there's basically kind of 3 options for Protoss, or I guess I'd say 4. So there's like the mass goons that we saw last time to try and break out. There's Reaver counterattack, like really fast Reaver counterattack. And there's DT, right? And there's also like shuttling an army out. So these are like your 4 typical options. Pretty much every option, you're making an eBay. So there should be an eBay coming out relatively soon. Mine is up as well. These goons are getting very low. But yeah, I think Gypsy should be able to pick up on, hey, there's not nearly enough goons here. You're not really pressuring my bunker. I'm seeing like 3-4 goons max at a time. And that eBay timing is very, very important here.
Gypsy is exactly the kind of player to pick up on the subtleties like that, right? The engineering bay is already 70% of the way through. Wow. What a difference, huh? What a difference it makes to to zone the Zealot, to not lose the Vulture. Man, when Gypsy plays cool and collected, he's such a beast. So, the first DT is out. I wonder what path it's going to take.
Yeah, he's going to try to sneak around, yeah. I think this is smart from OyA, but the turret on the high ground is starting now. There should be one to come down the natural as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the one at the wall, I like it. Not in time, though.
Yeah, that's... Oh, that's unfortunate. That's okay. I mean, the bunker has done its job. And look at the timing of that turret. It literally couldn't have been more perfect. That is so annoying! The Marine blocking the tank from... No, I was going to say repair is OP. Wait, he died?
Yeah,
he actually died? Dude, look at how tight the timings on this game have been. Like, it's been win after win. Both of these players are playing so solid. I think Gypsy has a commanding advantage. But what's gonna happen next? Is Gypsy just going to power up his army and then move out? Do DZTs prevent OyA map control?
Yeah, fun fact. There's not really. Gypsy's not that far ahead. It's actually one of the disgusting things about. I mean, he's ahead for sure. But it's not crazy. Like, look at it. We're on one factory. We have defensive position. We have no academy, right? Our opponent has 2 gateways. He's attacking us while double expanding. This is the beauty of 12 Mexicans right here.
Is it possible to learn this power?
He's gonna try to tuck back here where he does actually have a turret. Actually, the Marine gets money back like perfectly. This one had 1 HP as well. It's so tilting. I'm not even playing and I'm getting tilted, Goose.
Wow, man, OyA getting his army's worth. Oh, this. I have to say, Gypsy has to be taking some deep breaths here. Oh my god, and his tanks are also taking damage. That cannot be good for us. Very nice.
Nice.
Very slick play there by Gypsy. he must have seen the health on the DT at least once, knowing that he could like just kill it with Splash.
Ooh, missed the scan. We do have 2 scanners though, so it's not that big of a deal. But like, look, OyA's ahead in supply now. Like, isn't? Listen. OyA's on 3 base. He's up 12 supply. And we are stuck being defensive as the Terran player in this situation.
Wait, was Artosis right all along?
How can you people tell me not to cry when I'm playing Terran and look at this? Now, it's still not like Gypsy's out of the game or anything by any means, but it's just...
No.
It's a little bit frustrating sometimes, you know?
He had such a perfectly clean game up until this point, right? And through no fault of his own, now it's like, well, OyA has like this entire army sitting outside of Gypsy's natural, in an arc. He's just going to sit there in an arc and do nothing, and he's going to be ahead.
Yeah, there should be Arbiter tech behind this. Oh, it's actually not going to be Arbiters. Okay, so we're just really focused on eco at this point. He's only sitting on 1 gas as well, so he's just super eco-focused. And, I mean, honestly, he's going to have a really high, strong probe count by the time this push comes out from Gypsy. Are we at 5-fact? And I think that, yeah, so we're at 5-facts right now. I'm curious to see if he wants to go for a 3rd base, or if he wants to try to 5-fact. I feel like 5-facting into a DT opener sounds miserable, but maybe he'll show me the way.
Yes. I don't think Gypsy is the kind of guy to try... Man, we were just talking about this like earlier this week, like high variance plays. That's what I'm going for. I think Gypsy's always going to opt for the conservative, tried and true manner. So there's definitely something to pushing out with 5-fact here against this DT opening. He knows there's more DTs out. But yeah, there's so many goons on this high ground. He has to be careful.
Yeah, we're gonna pounce on top of this. We just siege their tanks as these zealots come in as well, and there's nothing to help clear these zealots. These goons gonna get a big surround on these tanks. This is all gonna get cleaned up, and this is a disaster for Gypsy. He's gonna go way down in supply now, gonna get pushed all the way back to his natural. Even these tanks gonna get cleaned up. Yeah, on the backside here, surely it's gonna go down. But there's really nothing at home for Gypsy. We have 3 units to defend right now. Some vultures coming out. We try to land the barracks to hold on here, but again, this is not like a big commitment from OyA even. he's on strong eco behind this, a high gateway count.
Lots of gateways, lots of probes. Okay, well, I thought that mine was gonna take deal damage to all 3 tanks, but wow, Gypsy miraculously holding this push. The reinforcing tanks able to siege within a proper distance and push these last remaining goons back. But OyA just got so much value out of that push. You wouldn't believe. I think Gypsy lost what, 7 tanks there? That is so much gas.
Yeah, it's pretty painful. Gypsy just scanned the 3rd base and he went wide-eyed. He went back in his seat, went wide-eyed. He's like, he could not believe that this was not a 2-base, like, all-in from OyA. He thought this was, like, high pressure. He's like, how can you have so many units? This must be a big commitment from you. But he just scanned and saw that this man is playing macro and attacking us after that opener.
Oh, man. OyA in the driver's seat, in the deciding game of the set. That's tough for Gypsy. That again, in contrast to such a solid opening, like OyA has to be feeling good about himself right now. He has to be like in his position. You can see he's 12 o'clock is about to be taken. Yeah, OyA must be feeling fantastic here.
I love the way OyA's looks on the minimap, by the way. It looks like a tiger claw or something. Just reaching out over Gypsy's base, waiting for him to come out.
I see it. I see it. The pouncing Protoss. Just waiting for Gypsy to take one step too far and pounce on his army. Yeah.
I think Gypsy's making a CC. Yeah, so he made a CC in the top of his base here. So he's going to try to push out and take a 3rd from here. OyA is securing his 4th behind this. Couple tanks on the high grounds here. So we're going to try to slow push out here and retake this space. And try to get his 3rd and play it out from here. So this is what I was talking about. I really appreciate this about Gypsy. Most players don't even try to play after that. It's just such a nightmare. You scan that 3rd and you think that it's not playable, but Gypsy scans that 3rd. He is upset and he's like, all right, let's try to win. But here we go. We're going to step out here, and here comes the pounce from OyA. Pretty decent setup from Gypsy, though. Pretty good targeting on the goons as well. He's actually going to clean this up pretty efficiently, all things considered, and push this back. So winning this fight can allow him to maybe come out and take this 3rd. He is very low on tanks, though. I think it's like 4 tanks left over. Tries to sneak some vultures out. OyA very smartly moves his arm to the side to try and intercept this, and we're going to run into more goons as well. So some vultures going to get bled off. Not what you wanted to have happen here as Gypsy. And now the CC going to be exposed. Going to be jumped on potentially. I think he should be able to get it back. Yeah, it'll be okay.
OyA immediately recognizes, right, that this is the wait. Is the CC gonna burn down? No, it isn't. Okay. And OyA correctly recognizing, right?
I mean, OyA bled off a lot of goons to try to commit for the CC because that would have been a win condition, but he kind of overgreeded for it.
Yeah. And, this group of vultures that snuck out and laid mines on the high ground, this is exactly the kind of play that, like, you mentioned that it's, like, hard for Terrans to do, right? Like, you just barely want to fight. You have all of these units that are battered and bruised, but the highest EV play is to get these vultures out on the map, right? You can't play on the defensive forever. Like, you can't just concede the entire map for the rest of the game. Like, you have to put some pressure on the other side of the map. And even though these vultures didn't end up achieving much, on principle, they were still absolutely the correct move.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of visible frustration from Gypsy. He scanned the 4th, and scouted it with the vultures and had another big kind of head shake here. He's trying to get this 3rd base up, but here comes another wave of Protoss. I mean, he's up 60 supply now coming in for this push. Gonna barrel down on top of these tanks. Gonna start picking off a lot of these tanks, and I mean, there's nothing that feels worse from Terran's position here, where it's like you're stuck on the defensive while you know that your opponent's grown up to 4 bases. You can't even get your 3rd base down on the ground right now because every time you walk forward, you get attacked.
These tanks have to get so much value. And oh man, I think these top 2 tanks were not sieged in time. Oh, yeah, exactly. They did not get their values worth, and now I think OyA has enough goons here to end the game. Gypsy calls it GG. OyA advances, not advances, but is now primed to play one of my favorite Zerg players at the cost of losing Gypsy in this tournament. That's
Yes. So
crazy.
Gypsy's out. Gypsy's out of BSL in the round of 16. So we're gonna get
Wow.
eOnzErG versus OyA fighting for that last round of 8 spot here. Or not the last one, but the last one of today's group at least.
Mm-hmm. I am in shock at how much power Protoss has. after losing that Nexus and not dealing any significant damage with the DTs. With the first DTs. Like it didn't look to me like Gypsy made any big mistakes that game. It just seemed to be, the nature of the position he was in, and OyA playing his cards really, really well, taking some risks here and there and having them pay off.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not high enough level to say exactly what I would think that Gypsy did wrong in this game. I'm sure he has a pretty clear idea of all the mistakes that he made. But I mean, yeah, it's a little bit hard. Obviously, it's going to be a hard loss for Gypsy to swallow. He busted the 12 Nexus. He was in a great spot. He deflected the first set of DTs, and then just kind of the second wave came in. And like I said, this was OyA attacking while double expanding and breaking the natural and getting damage in. So Gypsy also was very surprised, like I said, when he scanned that third, he was very visibly like upset or like frustrated, I guess. Surprised would be the best word to see that it was fully mining and fully saturated. We can take let's take like a 5-minute break here. I just need to use the bathroom, things like that. So we'll take a short break here, guys, and then we're going to come back for the last series here. It's going to be...
And we're going to jump straight into it. This is the last set of the night. It's going to be a PvZ between the red Protoss in the top left of Metropolis here. OyA coming from a fresh victory against Gypsy. He must be feeling fantastic. And in the bottom left corner, the wild man, the mad Zerg, Eon. I have to say, judging from what happened last game, I think that this game is not going to be so much standard. I think that both players are going to be feeling confident, and they're both going to play a little more aggressive. But that's just, that's what my tea leaves are telling me, Ezzy. We should be expecting a crazier, more active, more aggressive game out of these guys.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say. I mean, eOnzErG, like you said, he's very hyper aggressive. We saw when he played against Bonnet, he brought out some pretty unique builds, but I don't think he's going to do anything like hyper aggressive like he did against Bonnet, because I think that's more of a, the Bonnet intimidation factor. You know what I mean? That being said, Eon does have some pretty tricky builds up his sleeve, and we're already gonna... Okay, so we're gonna cancel that gas. I was about to say, I was like, well, we're already starting...
9 speed? What? Yeah, he's alright. So he's gonna go for a 9 pull with a gas trick to go back up to 10. I don't think I've seen this much, honestly. Like, I get that 9 pull is actually perfectly reasonable against Protoss, but with a gas follow-up, I'm not convinced it makes a world of difference here. He's going to make the Zerglings before the hatchery because this is not overpull. OyA has full vision of what's happening. He's going to build his cannon right on time. That's perfectly fine. Eon wisely moving his drone out of the way. He doesn't want to play these silly games with the Protoss probe. I don't know if the guys in the chat know this, but like a few months ago, I was losing my freaking mind because apparently probe versus drone is just not winnable for drones. There's hidden mechanic. The Battle.net has rigged the game in Protoss's favor, chat, where shields for Protoss units continuously regenerate. Even if you only see the number 0 on screen, there is like a partial amount of shields that still counts for combat. So it doesn't really matter how you take the fight as Zerg. Protoss will always have like at least one additional HP. And looking at the base here, OyA is keeping the probe alive, and he's scouting. I was surprised to see 3 larvae idling on Eon's side. The scout finally goes down. I would imagine that with the gas gas trick, he shouldn't be having larva management issues. Maybe he was just really focused on taking the scout down. Anyways, nothing particularly worrisome has happened thus far. Both players playing perfectly standard. And we're gonna have to see if... Oh boy, my stream quality has just crapped itself. Alright, I'm coming back to life. Ozzy, can you spot me while this I can read. I can breathe.
Yeah, I got us. It did sound like you maybe got a little bit robotic for a second there, so... Hey, you recover.
Yeah.
I'll take over for a moment here, but... Yeah, I mean, right now, not a whole lot too crazy going on though, right? So we got... Our 3 bases are coming down. I mean, everything looks normal right now, but you never know where the... he is, like we said, a very hyper-aggressive Zerg, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some sort of a Hydro pressure. That being said, we did have the lair on the way. And... Yeah, not really a whole lot going on at the moment. Or anything really.
See, I jinx every prediction I make. Yeah, guys, we're gonna see a crazy aggressive game here. 4 minutes later. And oh, look at that. OyA going to successfully sneak that Zealot out on the map. Again, Stargate gonna go down. Perfectly standard. We will have to see if OyA can leverage this Zealot as much as he did in the previous matches, where they made a world of difference against Zeke. It wasn't enough to win the game, but it doesn't matter, right? It was a properly executed play. So it looks like Eon is going to go for Spire. Yes, he has his Zergling speed. He's going to build some Sunkens ahead of time. Whenever you go for Mutas in this matchup, like you just need the Sunkens, right? Specifically for this scenario where the Zealots are active and out of the map. Oh man, that Zealot in the Natural is going to take a lot of damage. This Zealot in the third is not going to deal with the Sunken. These Zealots will unfortunately not get their money's worth back in combat value.
Yeah, you really didn't get like really any value with these Zealots, and this Overlord, is it going to make it out in time is the question. We do have one Zealot that's going to sneak into the main, so at least going to see the Spire and maybe get a little bit of damage. This Overlord is going to get away, so we made this skin and not going to get the value with that. So yeah, this feels pretty bad as OyA. I'm going to go ahead and say this feels really bad as OyA.
Yeah.
To lose all these Zealots, and now eOnzErG is sitting on 600 minerals, can, once he unsupply blocks, can really just kind of do what he wants for a while here. Gonna throw down these extra hatches, gonna go up to that 5 hatch, and yeah, this is rough. I mean, there's no Zealot pressure for a while, so eOnzErG can go super heavy on drones if he wants as well.
Oh yeah, this is drone town for Eon. There's like no immediate threats that he cannot handle. Like, you know, sure, we have the Corsair, it's gonna see everything, but it's not. I don't think it's early enough to get any Overlord kills. Eon gonna go immediately up to 5 hatcheries. That is fantastic. Eon is... Oh, there's a second Stargate being built in the far corner, and we're gonna have to see how diligent Eon is with this Scourge scouting here. This is exactly why you built the Scourge at this stage of the game, right? You have to go in, you have to scout. You're looking for the timing of the Templar Archives, and Eon going to be absolutely diligent. Wow,
do we cancel?
Fantastic scout.
Because I almost feel like we need to cancel this as OyA, because we're already against 5 hatch anyway, and dying to a Hydro Flood is super possible now if we commit to these turn.
Oh yeah,
that is a legitimate danger. Okay, we're going up to 6 hatcheries, but still kind of the same problem here. If we go really heavy on the Corsair, a Hydro Flood is kind of worst case scenario.
Oh yeah, I mean, how many Corsairs do you need to kill 36 Hydras, right?
Yeah. Yeah, quite a few.
So, maybe it's quite a few. Okay. You're gonna have to show me how that's done later. Yeah, you can see Eon is gonna start his Hydra production already. He's gonna make this one control group of Hydras, you know, just to have something on the map, and then he's going to pump so many drones behind this, and I don't think there's much that OyA can do.
we're even making cannons, like more cannons in our mineral line. He's like really afraid that it's gonna be mutas, and it's just not. It's just not gonna be mutas. So, I mean, there's always a chance still. Like for OyA, it's hard, but you can. If you control your Sarah well and you kind of force a few mistakes, you can still get a lot of Overlord kills, which can actually help, obviously, a ton.
All the best for OyA.
This is very hard to do that and not die in the process.
Oh my god. eOnzErG finding... Dude, like, it's control like this. Wow. Control like this from Eon is what makes him such a scary player. He nearly took out a goon with nothing but speedlings, right? Like, there's no... Like, I don't know how else to describe how simple an interaction that was for him, but how impactful and valuable it is. Oh my god, he's gonna get it anyways. Using the Zerglings to hunt it down. Wow. And yeah, you know, these Zealots are coming, but there's so many Hydras already. There's Sunkens, there's SimCity. These Zealots are not... They're not gonna find any more success than their predecessors did. Wow.
Yeah, and I think we're pretty far from having Storm out too, so this is going to be a pretty scary moment here. As eOnzErG, I think part of what you do is, I think you need to bring like a ton of your Overlords with you, right? Because if you just commit all your Hydras, then all your Overlords that are home are going to die. And yeah, we see the extra cannons coming down for OyA now, but we are far from getting Storms out to fight these Hydras.
There's 800 gas in the air that is not really accumulating any value for OyA, right? And all of... Oh man, OyA even mismanages his army and loses a Corsair for no reason.
Taking a third at this moment, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's not even 11 minutes, and OyA's like, yeah, we can take a third. We're good to go.
I mean, he's buying a lot of time running his Zealots around to try and get Storm out. So it might give him enough time, but... Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for OyA now.
Like, the Hydras have +1, they have speed, Overlords have speed. Like, Eon is going to control this map.
We got energy. Okay, he might have 2 Storms ready now, actually. He might have bought enough time for himself, and if he doesn't have them yet, he's going to have it soon. Did get the cannons up as well. This third base is going to go undetected from Eon, almost guaranteed. Going to try and focus down these Overlords, but doesn't get one still. And it looks like Storm is going to be ready, so these Templar are getting in position for Storms. Eon recognizes it immediately, dodges the first Storm pretty well. And only one more Storm here on the backside. Eon did take 3 o'clock for a 4th. That is very Eon-like to take a 4th like that.
Both players being clever. And we have the Corsairs finally getting some good value, killing a couple of the Overlords on the offensive. And you are completely right, Ozzy. This 9 o'clock base is only just now going to be seen by Eon. That is crazy.
It's tough for Eon because it means, it causes him to misjudge the situation. So he thought he could comfortably fall back. He's like, yeah, I'm way ahead, right? I got this 4th base up. You made all these Corsair that have found no value. Like, I'm in a great spot, and just now it confirms that the 4th is done and mining and set up with cannons. And it's suddenly Eon's like, oh, this isn't so great after all. This kind of sucks.
Yeah, Eon has really missed his last like mid-game timing window here, right? He's going to have to go for the long game here, for the long macro-based late game, which is fine, right? Which is perfectly fine for this matchup for Zerg, ZVP. But yeah, there's no more cute tricks. There's not going to be any more. Oh my god, how does he? I'm just surprised at how often these Corsairs take a beating, and there's no reason for them to be taking so much damage.
Yeah, well, looks like these 4 Scourge are going to try and catch more, but not going to happen. Did he know about the 3rd? No, I don't think he does, the 3 o'clock,
no.
I mean. So yeah, he's sending some Zealots bottom right to try and look for a 4th base because he knows it is about that time. Probably going to be a little bit confusing for OyA. Another little spike from eOnzErG, but we saw that earlier as well, so don't panic, guys. We're not losing Eon yet.
No, it's fine. And these guys have been playing TR24 low too. Like, it's the games have been going swell so far. Man, when you look at the supply, and both players have 150. But like you said a couple of games ago, when when both races have the same supply, like Zerg is ahead.
Yeah, in most cases. There are some cases where it's not true. When you have like the big nasty death ball from Protoss and Zerg is still on layer tech, right? If they're both
Sure.
max, then it's actually pretty good for Protoss. But got one full energy Templar there for these Hydras. Not too terrible for Eon. You know, I always I pose this question because I always found it to be pretty funny. Maybe I'll get back to that in a second. We'll see if a big fight might actually be breaking out here.
A very decent first storm there, killing a Hydra and a couple of lurkers. That's very good. Losing the Corsairs is not good though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're down to
this
0 Corsairs.
Yeah, this push is just gonna fizzle out after that, I think. Wow.
Yeah, we essentially got 0 value, or I won't say 0, but very low value with these Corsair.
Mm-hmm. But, you know, I guess just, oh my god, we have the lurkers wrapping around the left side. These High Templars are in an extremely dangerous position. They're both low on health, and they're both out of energy as well, so at least they can have casted their spells. But Eon here
eOnzErG is so good at controlling these Hydra Lurker armies.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, exactly. Like, Eon has such smooth army control. His Hydras flow like a river and sting like bees.
Yeah, Eon took a really nice fight there, and OyA might be misjudging his position right now. It's the same as I was saying about Eon earlier, right? They're both kind of doing the same thing to each other, where OyA's probably thinking, man, you're only on 3 base right now. This is actually like really nice for me. You would never think to check 3 o'clock. But Eon took 3 and he's taking top right, so being a little trickster, gets his lurkers up here as well to kind of deny the mining, which is a really nice play from Eon. And there's just constant skirmishing and fighting going on. And there's no Templar in these fights, so Eon is trading really well against these goons. OyA does not seem to care for Templar in this matchup.
Right? Like, what else is he going to use his gas on? Corsairs? Those Corsairs didn't accomplish anything. And you can see that Eon, like, he doesn't even have to move his army, right? Oh my god, what a wraparound! Never mind. But when he does move the army, it's for the better. That was such a brutal surround.
Yeah, so many goons go down.
Man. And yet, now that the 12 o'clock has been effectively denied by a couple of lurkers, yeah, I was about to say, like, we're hitting 16 minutes. We're gonna go down to 1 base mining. Wait a second.
If he's targeting the Nexus, it's dead. Oh, but he's not targeting.
He doesn't know. Well, I don't think it matters. There was a tsunami coming, and yeah, that's a. I don't. If I were ever in this position as Zerg, it wouldn't have occurred to me to check the health of the Nexus, right? My lurkers aren't there to kill the building; they're there to deny the mining. But they have been there for so long.
Well, as Wolfix always says, and I always agree, you gotta be curious enough. Are you not curious enough?
I remember your previous pupils. You know, not being curious enough.
Yeah. Alright, well, OyA continues to pressure here. Or sorry, eOnzErG continues to pressure. OyA gonna be down to 2 base mining now, but he's still not really been able to mine this 12 o'clock base, so he's really on 1 base mining currently, whereas eOnzErG secured the top right and 3 o'clock, so he's on 5 bases total on the map right now as he continues to break through. We got reinforcements coming in from the backside of OyA, and I think eOnzErG gonna realize, hey, this Nexus is just about dead. I'd like to see it get finished off, and there it goes. And again, OyA, you know, well, I guess he doesn't have vision bottom right anymore, so he probably can surmise at this point that Eon's at least on 4 base. And yeah, not looking great for OyA.
Yeah, you know, the 9 o'clock, like the 9 o'clock 9-minute third has definitely paid off. But the 12-minute base, like, he invested, you know, 1,000+ minerals there, and he did not get that value back out of the base. And like OyA wants to have, like, you know, wants to stabilize his economy that way. But again, Eon already has his economy completely stabilized. Eon can continue to throw wave after wave of Hydras and Lurkers to stop this. And what is What is happening here? Were we just gonna distance mine, or was that a really late transfer? Oh my god, it was a late
I
transfer
assume
because the
late
main and
transfer.
natural had just finished mining. Yeah. Wow.
Well, long distance mining is better than no mining, so why not? I mean, I don't even think that's just a late transfer. I think he's actually just long distance mining at this point because he's got like 40 probes on it now. Nice storms,
like,
though.
we're finally seeing some good storms, but I don't think it's good enough here. Like there's going to be just so many hydras out on the map. And again, OyA has no idea that the top right exists, and OyA has no idea that the 3 o'clock exists.
Well, Goose, we were hired to hype the matchup, so let's pretend like OyA.
This is
might
still
make a
anybody's
comeback
game!
here. Yeah, huge storm out of these hydras. Gonna get a free pick here onto eOnzErG, losing a few units. We got these lurkers backstabbing, but if OyA can just clear these up without taking too much damage, then maybe he can find a way back into this game.
It's just like these situations where you have like long distance mining are so annoying to deal with because you don't have like you can't adjust the workers for moving in a single screen, right? You have workers that are going to the base, you have workers that are delivering their cargo, you have workers taking a weird path around the map. Like you're gonna lose so many workers to this. Yeah, see, it's just hard to stop your worker line from being obliterated when you're doing long distance map. I was gonna say mapping for some reason, long distance mining across the map. And yeah, that was a huge pick from Eon. Like he has literally twice the supply of OyA at this point, and
But hang on, Goose, the reinforcements from OyA coming in here, flanking these hydras, cleaning them up. The Archon goes down, but at the cost of several hydras. A nice defensive storm there keeps the hydras at bay. And once again, eOnzErG is being routed going back home. Another... God, this is so annoying, actually.
third time is the charm. OyA is going.
It's funny
to...
because
oh my god,
these lurker backstabs keep coming from this Nightingale on the right side, I think. So it's just gonna keep feeding in here over and over again.
yeah. Look, you know this is like 300 the movie, but in StarCraft mapping. And OyA calls a GG. You could see there at the end. It was pretty. I think he was surprised that he lost that game.
It was like 300 the movie, except instead of defending anything, they all just died immediately. Alright, so eOnzErG are going to take game 1 here on Metropolis over OyA. OyA had a tough time of it. I mean, the early game pressure did not work out for him very well. And that's kind of the thing about these like scrappy players like Eon. It's like they have... It's so hard to play against guys like that that are really good at it for 2 reasons, right? They play a style that they're really aggressive and it kind of throws you off your typical like game pacing they're used to, right? But the other thing is, it's also hard to stop them from doing that because they typically also handle like the kind of chaotic situations better, right? Because they're more used to the chaos and like the craziness going on, so it doesn't throw them off nearly as much as it'll throw you off. So it's like you can't really pressure them very easily, but you also... It's almost like you're forced to play their game a lot of the time. That's why players like this can be so hard. Like, look at a great example is, I'm actually going to name 2 Polish players here. You got Julia, who's always doing kind of like weird, awkward stuff, and it seems like everybody gets sucked into his game. And then you got Radley, who, you know, he plays so weird, but it seems like you just can't avoid getting into these like crazy, chaotic, weird games with them no matter what, because you can't usually kill them early either.
Fun fact, Ozzy, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I have always perceived you as being that kind of player. I think that you thrive when things get chaotic.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I get the impression.
So the reason that applies to me is because I suck at the style that I want to play.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, do you want to talk about it off stream? No, but like I know exactly what you're talking about. Like, you know, so much of StarCraft is about the psychology of the game, right? You're not just playing the race, and you're not just playing the map, you are also playing your opponent. And knowing how they think about the game and what they like and what they dislike, Like, that is huge. That is a huge part of the game. So,
All right, guys.
buddy.
Go ahead.
Pole star in ZVP? I have some thoughts, Izzy. Statistically speaking, the game is this map is. You're right. Crap.
Yeah, that's all right. So we're gonna hop into the game here. It looks like our players are in game already. So we got OyA versus eOnzErG game 2 here on Polestar.
And I have to say, top right, red Protoss. Oh yeah, his mental has been put to the test today. And in the top left, Eon, the man with the holy hydras. This map, Azzy, statistically speaking, in ZVP, I think it's like a dead even 50%, or like really, really close to it. But I really like playing as Zerg on this map. I feel like there's just enough terrain and high ground where, like, if you take the risk and you play a Hydra-heavy style, you can, more often than not, you can find yourself in a position where you can, like, contain the Protoss.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have this high ground too, like, to fall back on as well, right?
Mm-hmm. We have high ground, like, all outside the natural, right? So, like, having a big arc of Hydras, to me, like, it's so comfortable to wrap around Protoss armies with Hydras in this map.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at the way Eon played that last game, that sounds like something he would definitely. Whoa! Look at this! Look at this sneaky play from Eon, going for a 12 hatch, but I don't even know what to call it. A hidden 12 hatch?
It's weird to me because when OyA scouts, he'll know anyway. You know what I mean? I think the okay. This is, he wanted to 12 hatch, but he didn't want to risk getting cannon rush. That's what this is.
Mm-hmm. Excellent call, Azzy. Wow, have you seen this before? I don't recall seeing this before.
I want to say, like, something inside me says that I have seen it before, but I don't think that's true. Unfortunately for him, it's going to be a gate expand. It's going to be close spawn as well. Oof. If OyA picks up on this hatchery, it's going to be one of those few times that 12 hatch might actually be pretty annoying to defend.
It's going to be one of those times where I wish I had been cannon rushed instead.
Yeah. Although he saved 3 Lauras, so he's going straight into 6 lanes here.
Oh, and OyA is, like, I'm not sure what OyA is doing with his Zealot on the map, to be honest with you. He just, like, he reached the ramp and he turned around, and now the reinforcing Zealot comes, but they're going separate ways? What?
Yeah, I think he was confused because he saw the hatchery timing. That makes it look like it was potentially a 9 pool, right? Because you see how late the hatchery was, so he thought Lings might have been out already, so he maybe stuttered a little bit. But when he saw the pool timing with his his probe, he realized that the hatchery was, somewhere else. So I think that's what happened anyway.
Has anyone ever told you you're wicked smart? Oh my god! That Zealot is completely surrounded and annihilated. Wow. That's a big loss for OyA.
Yeah, this is pretty painful for OyA. There's a lot of Lings coming through here.
Oh boy.
OyA might just be dead.
Oh, I think he's dead. Yeah,
I think he's
because
dead.
the Zealots are out on the map. They're not defending. Yeah, see?
Well, yeah, no, he's dead. I mean, the probes are actually getting pretty decent value. The Zealot came out, it's getting some damage done, and eOnzErG is also scrambling to defend at home. He's going to kill several probes, though, of OyA, but it's not like eOnzErG has a lot of drones at home either, so maybe it's not the end of the world. I mean, eOnzErG's not even mining yet. Again, are drones mining, or what's going on? No, we misclicked, so we're not even mining.
Oh my god.
Oh, no. Okay, just noticed, but that was a lot of missed income, and suddenly eOnzErG, I went from calling it like 20 seconds ago to Eon's in a terrible spot now.
Just psychologically, I really thought that Eon was like in his element, right? Like you could tell that like OyA was mismicroing inside of Eon's base because he was much more concerned about defending his main. So I thought that Eon was being the pig in the mud here. Oh my god, even losing the scouting lane. But like you said, like we actually lost so much mining time. That this game might be even. Okay, that's a 5-minute gas from Protoss. Okay, we can do that. We're also taking the gas at the Natra at the same time, pretty much. And Eon...
That kind of makes sense. He kind of forgot his gas during all the chaos. He was trying to make up for it. It is going to be Hydra's pull-up from Eon. I think that's kind of typical after an opening like this. You don't really want to go into just layer after this in mutas because you know it's just going to be way too late to get a Spire out.
Mm-hmm.
Assuming your opponent didn't forget their gas anyway.
True. No, yeah, but both of these players are scrambling. Their armies together and their bases together. They're both. Ooh. Okay. So OyA will not opt for a Stargate play, which I don't know how I feel about it. I think that Stargate tech could be. Wait a second. Is this a delayed 973? Is that what this is gonna be? No,
it's a little bit extra. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, my heart sank for a second, thinking like, wait a second, is he just gonna go for a bust? But no, he's actually gonna calm down. He's gonna play the game out. That's fine. Oh, and we're gonna see a big zealot. With a +1 speed lock timing coming soon, with no Templars to back it up. Apparently, right? The Citadel is done. Legs are probably going to be on the way. We did not yet see a Templar archive, so it's going to be just a Vint style speed lock attack.
Yeah, pretty standard push. You see a lot, right? The +1/+1 Zealot, Corsair, that kind of thing, but. Looks like we'll just lean pretty heavy into the Zealots.
Yep,
this is the... So, I like to call this the please don't go muta build.
I think he read the situation like you did, and he knows that, like, going for a quick lair isn't a super interesting option. So, oh man, look at how these Hydras flow, immediately punishing. If they get a kill... Wait a second. The Zerglings are body blocking for the Hydras, while the Hydras take pot shots at the cannon. Now the Zealots have broken through the Zergling front line, so the Zealots can finally land some hits on the Hydras. But the cannon does go down, so that forge is vulnerable. Speed is not yet researched for the Zealots. So, oh man, if Eon can deny this +1 from OyA, oh, he absolutely will. Like, there's so many Hydras hitting. Oh man, OyA is suddenly finding himself like in dire straits. He's made as many cannons as he could, but he no longer has a forge. So 3 cannons here, they will not hold the incoming reinforcements from Eon if Eon decides to bust.
Yeah, I think Eon can just keep pumping Hydra from here, and eventually is going to break through. I mean, we do have a Tempo Archives done for OyA. I don't know that we started Storm or anything like that yet. He's just kind of in survival mode right now, but eventually... If Eon just keeps making Hydras, he does eventually overwhelm this. And yeah, that is what we are doing. We're still pumping Hydras. Gonna catch this DT as soon as it comes out. Not gonna let it slip past. A nice awareness there from OyA. Looks like a couple Templar did come out, so... With Storm, he should be able to hold on, but I think there's gonna be a small window where if Eon does pull the trigger, OyA might just kill over it. Like you said, it is only 3 cannons because we lost our Forge.
Yeah, OyA here is okay, Eon is getting ready to bust. We see some reinforcing links to body block for the Zealots. The Zealots hurt from the previous battle, immediately going down. The Templars have not yet accumulated enough energy to cast Storm, and there's all of the Zealots are now dead, and this base is definitely gonna go down. Oh my god, Eon sees the opportunity to sneak by and snipe the Templars, and they don't even morph into Archons either. OyA has nothing left to fight with. Wow.
GG, gonna be called. OyA, very disappointed, just gonna walk it off. You hate it for him, you hate it for Gypsy, you hate it for OyA. 2 of our players gonna go down today. 2 really big names. And that is the nature of the beast that is BSL. I mean, in the round of 16, we have lost OyA and Gypsy, but 2 of our Zergs is going to move on. It's going to be Sziky and eOnzErG. And again, this is one of those groups where no matter who qualified, I would have said I'm not surprised.
Yes, exactly. Like dude, I'm sorry to steal this from you, RD, but I'm getting shivers from the call there to, if you paid attention to the Hydra control at the end, he retreated just right, and because of the little Hydra dance, like 3 Zealots died immediately, and then he went for the snipe on the Templars. That was his killer instinct was so brutal. What a way to end the day, man. That was so good.
I was
so good.
I was even just thinking before you just said the word killer instinct, right? That's what I think of when I think of eOnzErG. He might have some of the best killer instinct of pretty much of most foreigners, I would say. Just of the top foreigners, he might have the biggest killer instinct because it just seems like he's just always pulling the trigger, and he seems to always just find that win. Once he gets into the driver's seat and he's pressuring someone and he's really in control, it seems like he just keeps going and going and going until they keel over.
Man. Today was a sick StarCraft day. We got some crazy games, dude, all around.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty much as expected from this group. I think this was the group to watch, so I didn't want to disappoint as well. 2-1 in pretty much every series except for the very last one, and that one even cut it pretty close. Hate it for OyA. I don't really know OyA very well. I haven't watched a lot of his games, but he clearly is, pretty invested. You can see how much he's, kind of shows some emotion to these losses, so that doesn't mean he cares. He is a competitor. A lot of these guys were all competitors out here, and yeah, like I said, it's just the nature of the beast that is BSL. There's just a lot of top talent around here.
Yeah, I don't really know how to add to that. That's exactly right. Like, all of these players are so good, and I think all of them had a chance to show what they're really good at.
Yep. Goose, you want to thank our Patreons today? I want to save my voice as much as possible because I am casting tomorrow as well.
Sure, Ozzy. I'll tell you what, Ozzy. Did you know that the primary reason BSL happens is because of people like, oh my god, I'm going to read all of them. Can you scroll down a little bit, Zero? I'm going to make sure I get every single one of them.
Just
yes!
You don't have to quite cover every single one of them.
No, we're starting with the $2 a month one, okay?
Okay.
Thanks to everyone that donate to BSL and allow it to happen. It's the reason, you guys are the reason that we have such high caliber games in the foreigner scene, okay? And you can see there's so many of you that go out of your way to spend your money and your time and your attention with us. Thanks to everyone on screen right here for donating to BSL on Patreon, patreon.com/bombastic. Without your help, we would not be here. We would not be watching these sick games. These players would have much less of a reason to try their best and show off on screen. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for your support.
We'll go through some of them here real quick. Just some of the the really big supporters here, guys, to show a little bit of love back. Well, you guys have given us. But we'll start off here. The Wolf of Wall Street for $200. We got Andrew, Bombastic General, $100 a month. We got My Fleeting Dream for $50 a month. We got Striker at the Bombastic Colonel, Bombastic Major Plus. We got 2-pack. Torso Driver, Bombastic Major. We got Chaosu, KJ, LML, Medino, Nicholas Schuler, Scheming Gypsy, Steven Robertson. Some of the big goal supporters. We got a $2,000 donation there from CRTV. That's massive for CRBT.
So
that's awesome.
Cool.
$1,400 from Jziriy. What is this? IRLE? Something like this. Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Really big shout out to you guys. Thank you for all the support. Thanks for helping make BSL 21 happen and future BSLs, previous BSLs as well. Like Goose was saying, and as I always say, this is a small community, but we know what we love. We love our StarCraft. We love our Broodwar. And thanks to you guys, Zero can keep putting together these awesome events and keep it coming for us. All right, all right.
Man.
Well, this group did not disappoint at all. I'm very happy that I got to cast this today with you, Goose. I really appreciate you joining me.
Oh, thank
I
you.
like
Ozzy.
your
It's-
alliterations today. It was pretty creative.
I was hoping that enough time had gone by that it would be already forgotten, in the sands of time. But yeah, this group was fun. And you know what I'm gonna do to unwind after this, Ozzy?
What's that, Goose?
I might play some Outer Wilds. What do you think?
That sounds good, man. All right, that is going to wrap it up for us here today, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the games. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. We will be back tomorrow. I'm going to be casting with Machine tomorrow, I do believe. So we're going to have some more StarCraft for you tomorrow. That group is going to be Bonneth, Striker, Tarson, and Dandy. So still another solid group to look forward to. And
I
yeah,
am
thanks for
looking
watching, everybody.
forward to Bonneth's and Tarson's games tomorrow, man. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, let's go Poland, my fellow Polish people. All right, guys, that's going to do it here for us. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow starting at the same time. Have a good night. Peace.